very sharp, very focused. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Hello, good afternoon from the Mattioli Arena. Not quite so sunny Leicester today, but it is day 3 of the BetVictor Championship League and some intriguing matches coming your way. 2 very well-known Welsh players and 2 not quite so well-known Chinese players in our feature group. And of course, we've got 2 tables to bring you across Matchroom's YouTube channels. So yeah, Ryan Day and Matthew Stevens, they're the 2 Welshmen in the group we're following here on the main table. They're going to, of course, play each other later. But the 2 players they're up against, we've got Lan Yuhao from China, he's just 16, and also Yichen, he's actually 38, but also making his debut on the tour. Table 2 is an intriguing group. Yuan Sijun, Stuart Carrington, Sanderson Lam, and Alexander Ursenbacher. They're just getting underway. That is live on Matchroom Multisport's YouTube channel. Of course, they all play each other, and we'll follow the twists and turns. And at the end of the day, we'll have 2 more players through to the second phase of this Championship League. So this is real David v. Goliath stuff. Ryan Day, I suppose a veteran now at the age of 45. He turned pro in 1998. He won't know much about his opponent. Probably nothing at all, actually. Lan Yuhao, just 16. He was born in 2008. Incredible. He was runner-up on the Chinese Billiards and Snooker Association Tour. That's how he's got his tour card. And he's one of 28 Chinese players on tour this season. He's actually, with the Hong Kong contingent, 32, so a quarter of the tour from that part of the world. And based at Dominic Dale on the other young Chinese players we've seen, he's going to be a handful, maybe not in his first season, but in due course.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. Good morning, everybody. Or good afternoon, I should say. It's after midday. I always love to see new players on the tour and assess them technically and have a look at their shot choices. Lots of the Chinese players have much better shot choices now than they probably had a decade or so ago when they didn't have too many players to copy from. Speaking to Ryan earlier, he hasn't played too much in the summertime. He did get through one of the 2 qualifiers that were played a week or 2 ago. Lost to Stuart Bingham 4-2 in the British Open, so didn't get through that one, but he did get through to Wuhan.
Yeah, of course, the British Open is an FA Cup style draw. It's completely open, so it's a pretty brutal draw to get Stuart Bingham round 1. Lan Yuhao has played 2 qualifiers as well. He didn't win either of them. He lost to Zhou Yulong in Wuhan, or well, it was actually here, but for Wuhan. And then Rhian Evans, the former Women's World Champion, beat him in the British Open. So, but it's all new to him, just coming over to the UK, I guess, and getting used to things over here. It's going to take some time, clearly. Now this has got half a chance, this red. Just didn't quite hold its line, did it? Remember, these matches possible 4 frames, so it's 3 points for a win, 3-0 or 3-1. If it ends 2-2, they don't play the decider, it's a point apiece. And in terms of the group standings, points first, then frame difference. Result between players. It can go on the high break, of course, if everything else is level.
What? Well, the red's gone in, but did Ryan play it that way? Off the other red? I thought making the plant would have been less complicated, but it's in, and he's on the black. And he's in first, and we know what a wonderful player Ryan Day can be in terms of scoring. Made 480 career centuries. A very successful career. But that cannon has gone wrong positionally.
Yeah, it's frustrating because it looked like a good scoring chance with the black available. He's actually 37 in the world as the season starts, so he has slipped back a little bit. Be wanting to do well in the big sort of scoring events in terms of ranking points to just stop any sort of slide. So not a lot of damage done there.
8.
I think the reason for a little bit of a decline in Ryan's rankings anyway is probably because he's a very attacking player. Oh, good effort there, but not a bad double kiss. He certainly hasn't given Ryan an easy opportunity here. Yeah, because Ryan is a very attacking player. He goes for a lot of pots. He's known for his scoring prowess, but of course as he gets older, that's the first part of the game that tends to suffer. And I think with age as well comes a slight decline in your natural level of confidence, and that can affect potting prowess and your scoring capabilities. And so Ryan's probably having to moderate his game just slightly to accommodate that.
Well, that was nicely done.
1.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting season last year for him. He got to 2 last 16s, Welsh and World Opens, which doesn't sound great, but he didn't lose any first-round matches, so he got money from every tournament. And it stacked up. He earned 115,000, despite not reaching a quarter-final. Because he wasn't losing, as I say, that first round where you get nothing. Obviously, he'd like to be going deeper in tournaments,
6.
but it actually wasn't quite as bad a season as it might sound at first glance.
Seven.
What we've noticed over the first couple of days play in this BetVictor Championship League series is that the table has played slightly more heavily the longer the day has gone on. It's a lot cooler outside now, so I expect this table will play a lot better for the duration of this group.
11.
Players have struggled to screw back from distance the longer the day has gone on, but I don't think we'll see that today. Don't think that black will pass the red to the right corner, so Ryan will have to do a little more work with the cue ball here. Well, maybe it did go,
Well.
but he's not on it.
No, so second scoring visit, a bit like the first really, ends a little prematurely. I think we've seen already this week, certainly yesterday with Sean Murphy, that this first match for the
Ryan Day
top
12.
seed, and Ryan Day of course is top seed, feels significant. Certainly if you lose it, you're under it. Because apart from anything else, you don't play again till 5 o'clock. So you're waiting around, you're looking at the other results. You're going to be under pressure for sure going into that second one. A draw, not quite so bad, but obviously you want the 3 points. You want to lead from the front.
You'd never think, looking at that picture, that the black is available past the red, but it certainly will be in a moment because Ryan is playing a safety from that red. Court is on the thick side, but the cue ball's travelling well. And Lan Yuhao may have to take this pot on here because it's the only red he can see, the one that's furthest left.
Just didn't get a good cue ball, did he? And was always likely to leave something on. So this is his third real scoring chance for Ryan Day.
One.
He's sort of not finishing great though when he's getting in. May still take this green on. He's Difficult match though, isn't it? Because he doesn't know much about, probably nothing about his opponent. He'll probably think he's dangerous, but hasn't had a lot of time to work out what sort of player he is. Does take the green on. And very nearly fluked it.
And they won.
But at the moment, just unable to sort of dominate the match. That's what he's been looking to do, I guess, from the off. He knows it's all new to his opponent.
I can tell already that Lan is an attacking player. He's always looking to see if there's a pot available. And he made a plant there. I'm not entirely sure he attempted it.
What?
Not on the colour. I don't think he'd risk the blue. He's looking at the blue, but I don't think he'll bother with it in the end. Oh, he's shaping up to take the blue on. This is a bold shot choice. If he misses this, it could easily cost him the frame. Oh, beautifully cued. I haven't seen much of him. We've only seen him play half a dozen shots or so, but he's technically very good.
6.
Very tall. He's still got 5 or 6 years growing in him left yet, so who knows how tall he'll be in another few years. But he's got a good setup. He walks into the shot nicely in the orthodox fashion.
7.
Yeah, and although Zhou Yilong did beat him in that Wuhan qualifier, he made a century, so, you know, it's a good sign. Scoring obviously so important in the modern game. Of course, this is a season where China has the world champion, Jia Xingtong, not in this tournament. He's signing various endorsement deals, I think, back home. We'll see him at the Shanghai Masters, but he's leading, I guess, the new generation now of Chinese player. Although Ding Junhui is still actually the highest ranked at number 6. And he's the man who started it all 20 years ago, winning that China Open. What a legacy, regardless of what he's won in the sport, which is plenty, really is plenty, but to have inspired all these youngsters that have come through. Quite incredible legacy to leave.
Yes, and a wonderful role model as well, Ding.
13.
With his own academy in Sheffield. I actually think Lan Yuhao plays there.
14.
I can get this black back on its spot. So Ryan Day had 3 openings, which didn't really come to much. Will he get another one in this frame?
Twenty-one. Lan Yuhao, 21.
A lot of side spin on the cue ball really helped Lan Yuhao there get that cue ball in behind the brown, unintentionally of course, but you saw it accelerate off the baulk cushion and in behind the brown. Ryan needs to be a little careful here. Rolling up to the 4 reds is ideal. He hasn't managed it, but it's pretty safe. I think that red would cut into the middle pocket, but you'd only have to be able to drop it in dead weight. You couldn't play it with any pace. So had to leave himself very high on the black, so it's missable, but it's pretty much a natural angle for the cue ball to go into the 4 reds. He may need a trace of right hand side on the cue ball though if he wants to make sure of that cannon. Oh, he's played it well, and he's on a red. So that safety escape from, or snooker escape from Ryan Day.
8.
Didn't look to be too costly, but it may be very.
9.
Just a very exciting time, isn't it, for him? 16, and you know we have a packed schedule of tournaments to look forward to this season. short here, though.
16.
Just thinking, though, Ray Reardon, you know, the great champion of the 1970s, he didn't turn professional till his mid-30s because there wasn't a professional game, really. But times have changed.
17.
This is where shot choice comes into the equation. 17 points the lead. Does he need to play a cannon into the 2 reds and the pink? I don't think he does, and I don't think he's intending to. In goes the black. So 2 reds, 2 colours. It will be the young
24.
Chinese player that will take the opening frame. Should be straightforward. Potting this red. Will make the one next to the pink also available. He's missed it though, would you believe it? Needs a bit of luck. Needs a bit of luck. He's had a little bit, but he has opened that red out from the pink, and if Ryan can pot one good ball here, we'll have a new favourite for this opening frame.
Not to be, it must be said. Ryan Day's had a lot of potential openings in this frame. So this is a big shot now if he can knock this in. He's a big favourite, not to be though.
Ryan will be a little perturbed at missing some of these half chances he's been given, because his game is heavily reliant on his abilities to knock in good balls to get in with, but he's missed a few opportunities already. As I say, I spoke to him earlier, he hasn't been playing too much over the summer months. You don't tend to as you get older. You tend to pick and choose your times to practice.
It's a little awkward. It has to be said, when Lan's been missing, he's not been leaving sitters, he's been leaving chances, but they haven't been straightforward, and you know, the green and that red kind of in the way here, just making this more difficult.
Well,
But in it goes.
That will make him feel a lot better, but I just wonder if he's come far enough across to be able to pop the black and hold for the red next to it. Obviously not, so he's playing the pink instead. Good judgment needed here. As you can see, it's been misjudged. The red next to the green is still potable, however, but certainly not the
7.
red that Ryan Day wanted to be playing. Still 17 points behind. Big shot coming up. Just floated it in, made the pot as easy as possible, but he may have sacrificed position here.
8. Ryan Day 8.
So quite a dramatic opening frame. Ryan Day a hatful of chances, trailing by 16, but he's got Lan Yuhao snookered on this last red.
pretty good escape, but if Ryan can see this red full ball enough, he can stun the cue ball in behind the black and send the cue ball back towards bulk. And this could be good. It won't be far off the centre pocket if it doesn't cannon the yellow. But he has achieved the snooker.
Yes, I mean, in this side of the game, you'd have to favour Ryan Day strongly, just his experience. Turned professional 1998. Nothing safe in terms of colours on cushions either, so Lan knows if he does leave the last red on, it could be frame over. But he's not left it on, he's snookered him back. Well, listen, luck comes and goes. He's had a little bit in this frame, I think, but take it while it's there.
Well, that was very well judged from Ryan. I wouldn't be too surprised if he didn't attempt to get the cue ball in behind the yellow. There's always a possibility if he played it perfectly, and he has done. And with the black where it is, this is no easy escape unless he plays this off one cushion.
Oh, the miss.
And this could be a free ball.
Ryan Day, 7.
Luckily, though, the cue ball's going to catch enough of the green, but it still could be a free ball. It's close. Natalia Gradinari, our referee here, she's going to double check this. Ryan will know. No doubt about it. He'll already know. He'll have had a look at this. I've even seen the situation where a referee will deem it to be a free ball and the player will disagree and won't take it.
No.
So, not a free ball, but ball's being replaced.
Green.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while, hasn't it, since the shot was played,
What?
so just checking with the players.
Yeah. 1 second.
It was a lot closer to
It
the
was
yellow. Yeah.
definitely, I checked. Maybe this line for sure it's like this, maybe.
No, it's a lot closer to the yellow.
You can see the red.
Yeah, that cue ball needs to go 6 or 7 inches closer to the yellow.
Yes, full yellow, sorry. Yes.
And maybe a couple of inches just to the left, perhaps. I think the distance from cue ball to yellow is
Full yellow,
close now,
sorry.
but I think it just needs to go to the left a little bit. Seems to be happy. Oh, he's missed it by a fraction. You're always worried about leaving a free ball.
Foul the miss.
He's avoided it again.
And Day, 4. Yes, right.
This is why you retired, Dominic. What a game.
Absolutely. These little frustrations affect you more and more with advancing years. I'm so glad I have retired. I've had enough of all of this. If he drops onto the black, snooker will be achieved. Oh,
One,
well,
foul, one.
I rarely use the word careless, but if he hasn't got the snooker there, well, it's a poor shot, let's just say that. In fact, he may have left the pot on.
Well, it's worked out okay, I guess, in the end. He's still frame 1 next door, by the way. Yuan Sijun is the top seed in that group. Stuart Carrington, his opponent, first up. Stanson Lammen, Alexander Ursenbacher. It's a very competitive group, that.
Two.
Wow. Well, no good. Snookered himself. Been an eventful frame, this, isn't it?
Full of variety, Dave.
Lan Yuhao too.
Now these are the sort of pots that Ryan is known for. And it's a big pot as well. If he knocks this green in, surely he'll be on the brown and the frame will be at his mercy. Oh, crisply struck, but he didn't hold the cue ball, and I think that surprised Ryan. And all of a sudden, although he can cut the brown and he can't hold for the blue.
Seven.
Well, it's not getting any easier. Remember, there's a maximum of 4 frames, so they're all significant.
Randy 7.
Ryan did try to cut the blue in. It was very thin and it could be costly.
Yeah, I mean, had the blue been on its spot, you know, you may have got that, but as you say, very thin. But this, the intrigue continues. Look where the cue ball's finished. He needs the pink for the frame. And there it is, nicely done. Well, it was an eventful frame. It's got to be said, early on, Ryan Day had a lot of chances, a couple towards the end as well, but it's been won by 16-year-old Lan Yuhao, who takes first blood here.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, a bit of a roller coaster first frame. It was won by Lan Yuhao,
to break.
16-year-old, first season professional. Of course, and the great thing these days is you guarantee 2 years when you turn professional. So whatever happens this season, you'll be playing next season as well. Ryan Day's seen it all before. There's been 25 Championship Leagues, including this one. That's ranking, invitation, and indeed that COVID one in that 2020. So there's been 25, and this is the 24th he's played in. And the only reason he didn't play in the other one was because his ranking was just a bit too low to get in. I'm sure he would have done. The only person who's played in every single one is our defending champion, Ali Carter. He'll be along in a few days' time. Just got to get on with the next frame.
One.
That long red seemed to come out of nowhere from Ryan Day's point of view. I mean, had to power it in at a time when I don't think he's got full trust in his straight queuing just yet, but this black is an equally tough test. Well done. This has come out of nowhere, and all of a sudden he's right in amongst them now. But he had a chance similar to this at the beginning of frame 1, and
8.
one of the cannons went astray and it ended the break rather prematurely. Can he make more this time?
9.
Yuan Si-jun won a very tight opening frame against Stuart Carrington, just starting their second. Scoring's always been his game, hasn't it? 4 maximums he's made in professional competition. As Dominic said, coming up to 500 centuries, 480 for his career. Just feel like as the years have gone on, he's become very inconsistent. When he won that British Open, was it 3 years ago now, the semi-final with Robbie Williams was a terrible standard, really. And Ryan himself said that. He said, I don't want to play the final, it was so bad. Mark Allen had played superbly in his semi-final, was a big favourite, but then on the day of the final, Ryan really upped his level, and of course he won. So even day to day, the performance can be quite variable.
$24. Finish. 25.
Ryan's a player I practiced with for good 10 or 12 years during the middle part of my career, and I've played him several times, and he's always a player that's difficult to read. You never quite know what he's thinking when he's sat in his chair. He doesn't give too much away. Unless things are going terribly badly, then it's quite obvious, but that would be the case with most sports people, I guess.
32.
He's certainly in here with a wonderful opportunity. He's managed to develop the reds quite nicely. And even if he is a little out of form, he'd be disappointed not to win this frame with this opportunity.
33. $38.
Of course, he did qualify for the Crucible, but lost to Luca Brissell, 10-7. Having
39.
led actually 5-1. But Luca kind of did what he does. He just went on a bit of a rampage.
$46. $47.
Well, this is more like it. I mean, the first red was an
54.
absolute perler, wasn't it? Sort of bullied it into the pocket. And now it's just about keeping focus and keeping things simple.
55.
Ryan's touch just lets him down slightly there. This black is so thin now, he's going to have to cannon into another red just to hold the cue ball. And he's missed the black,
Ryan
would
going
you
55.
believe it? I'll tell you something, although he has left a pot or two on, he's very lucky that there are great difficulties, nothing straightforward on the young Chinese here.
Yeah, it was harder than it could have been. The black was waiting, but the red isn't in. So a reprieve for Day, 55 to the good.
One.
Not much more to do then. 63 the lead with the black, the red and the colour. Looking like one each.
Eight.
Of course, this is a ranking event, so as I say, Day at 37, but chances with a good run in this tournament to just stave off a little slide down the
9.
list. He's in Wuhan, which is a big money tournament. Must be said, though, that, you know, 37 in the world is great these days because the standard is so high down the ranks. You see
15.
players, well, last season in the 80s, Lei Pei Fan winning the Scottish Open, players around the 50 and 60 mark getting to finals.
$22. 23. $30. 31.
So just the one
36.
slip up when he missed the black, but it's all distant memory now.
37.
Yeah, I mean, it's early season. The players, you can understand, haven't been hard at practice every day since the World Championship, of course, but even so, early on, it can set the tone for a season. Ryan's qualified for one tournament, isn't in the British Open. Would love to get through to stage 2, of course, of this. And it's only a month until the big tournament in Jeddah, the Saudi Arabia Masters. That's a big money event. Oh,
43.
meanwhile, I know the frame's well and truly won, but that's Ryan Day. I mean, he's long potting when he's on song. He's as good as anyone's, really.
$48.
So 2 scoring visits
48
in
the frame.
short order have given Ryan Day the
Ryan
second
Day.
frame. He levels the match at 1 each.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's there! The king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back to day 3 of the BetVictor Championship League. Of course, it's 21 days in total of this event over 3 stages. This is still, of course, stage 1, and the first match of Group 25, Ryan Day and Lan Yuhao, poised at 1 each, so a guaranteed 2 more frames. Still 1-0 to Yuan Sijun against Stuart Carrington in Group 18. That's on table 2. Can follow that on Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel.
Chance at this red to the right corner for Ryan Day. He can float the cue ball around the back of the black for position on the bulk colour. To say, I expected Ryan to knock that in, but he's missed it on the thin side, and that is exactly why the cue ball has gone in behind the green. Now, if he'd have missed that on the thick side, well, I think it would have been a certainty that he'd have left Lan Yuhao right in amongst the balls, but he's snookered on everything. Long way off. The red there, he seemed to put a bit of body movement into the shot as he struck it, as though he's searching for a little bit of extra cue power. He certainly hasn't got away with it. Ryan surprised that he's overscrewed the cue ball, and that's a bit of a problem. If he drops a blue in, he'll leave a mid-distance red to the right corner. Could take the cue ball in and out of bolt, but would have to power the blue in to do that.
Six. Seven.
Ryan played for the yellow there, so in potting it you can smash into the pack of reds, but he wanted the cue ball through a little more. Still played it very well indeed, and he'd be happy with the result. He's on a red. Problem is that
9.
black isn't available into the opposite corner, so you have to do a little bit of work with the cue ball. Maybe the pink will pot into the right corner. That will help.
Ten.
Very good blue from Ryan Day, increasing
15.
in confidence. He must be to take that on.
Sixteen.
Such a natural player, Ryan Day. I remember when I started practicing with him many years ago, I was just amazed at how many balls in practice he'd keep taking on, and I couldn't believe he'd take them on. I always used to think there was a wrong shot to play. But he's such a gifted potter. It was the right way for him to play, and he's certainly proven that through the years and the decades.
Meanwhile, Yuan Sijun on a break of 70
21.
to take a 2-0 lead over Stuart Carrington. Remember, Yuan is the top seed in that group, but it's a tough group. Sanderson, Lam, Alexander Ursenbach are still to come.
22.
Well, if Day can win this frame, of course, he's guaranteed, worst case scenario, a point. But still a chance to get all three and make that good start we were talking about earlier.
Now, I wonder if Ryan can play
29.
this red slowly, leave an angle on the black, just to nudge into the red that's to the left of the black. Just leave him on the other. It's a shot that
30.
you'd like to play, but you've got to be pinpoint with the cue ball, and I don't think he is.
Thirty-seven. Thirty-eight.
Mentioned his heavy scoring. He did something in a match a couple of years ago at the Tour Championship that was extraordinary. He made a maximum break and also a 16 red total clearance with the free ball at the start. So within the same match, a maximum and a 16 red clearance. And there's only been 7 of those in tournament play, so that was a rare feat.
45.
Of course, one of them, Jamie Burnett, was a 148, the highest ever break. That's with the free ball at the start after a foul.
46.
Won't mind seeing the pink safe with the lead he's building up. Good chance for 2-1.
Oh, where's he gone
51.
there? He wanted to be a lot straight on this red. If he played it very slowly, he could still hold for the blue into the opposite centre.
52.
Back in A1 position again. Blue, red and black. Would just about get him over the line, but he would need one more red from somewhere.
57.
He could have played that better. Will he risk playing a cannon now into the red closest to the black?
58.
Played it well.
Yes, so one more red needed after this black for a 2-1 lead. I don't think Ryan Day will ever change the way he plays. He's an aggressive player. That's always been his strength.
65.
He doesn't want to go into his shell. Doesn't always work, but when he does, he's still some competitor, some prospect.
66.
He's always been imposing in the arena. You know, he's a big guy, isn't he? And when you see the long balls flying in, it must be pretty intimidating as an opponent.
$73. $74.
Thought that was in the pocket, but just stayed out.
$79. $80. $87.
So, chance to make what would be his first century of the season.
88.
16th on the all-time list of century break makers, so you know, scoring, as I said earlier, when he's on song, very much his game.
95.
He's taken control of this match, hasn't he? That first frame was one to forget, and he has forgotten it. He's just got on with things. And this
96.
is more like it from Ryan Day. So black then for the first century of the day.
$103.
So having
Ryan
lost
Day.
that
Okay.
tight opening frame, Ryan Day has dominated the next
Ryan
two.
Day.
He's guaranteed at least a point, but he wants all three. He leads 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history,
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
the biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So can
Frame 4.
Lan
Lan
Yuhao
Yuhao to break.
get a point from this match, or will it be Ryan Day making the better start by taking all three? 2-1 to Ryan Day. He's just made a century.
Right, just coming around to check if there's a chance of a plant into this right corner. Ideally, it'd be better from his point of view if the cue ball was over the other side of the table. But he does seem to be interested in it. Well, the Reds are going to go all over the place here. This had better go in. And it has. Oh, is he on the black? Oh, there's your answer. What a stroke of good fortune, but it was a great plant and he had the courage to take it on.
Fortune favours the brave, they say. It was a brave shot. It's worked out nicely. What a chance this is from shot one to get the match won.
Eight. 9.
Cannon didn't quite work out
16.
for Ryan, but he knew he always had this other red near the left corner anyway.
17.
He's not quite as straight on this black as he'd want to be. He may have to consider playing another cannon here, and they can always go wrong.
Twenty-four. $25. $31.
Just seems to be struggling to kill the pace of the cue ball, Ryan. He's going to have to stun up for the blue now.
$32.
That's worked out quite nicely. Still in good position.
$37. $38.
Well, it's in his hands. We saw how he seized on the opportunity with that initial plant, knowing that ball's going everywhere, just begging to be on a colour. Well, he was on the black. And if he can win frame a match here, it's then a case. I mentioned earlier the importance of this first match with the top seed. If the next two matches are drawn, he would go into his second match still top of the table, so very much a big favourite. Wants to try and
45.
get it nailed down ahead of playing Matthew Stevens, of course, who he knows so well and has had so many matches with. That's last on. But even then, it could be that Ryan Day only needs a point. Matthew might need to win. So that's why these early matches are so significant.
$51. 57. 58.
Well, it's fair to say he put aside the disappointment of frame 1 pretty quickly. He's been completely dominant since. And this is kind of welcome to the tour for Lan Yuhao, who has not scored a point since winning that opening frame. And already here, snooker's required.
72. 73.
Look, decidedly shaky at the beginning of this match, Ryan Day. He lost that first frame, but since then, he's looking in fine fettle, and Lan Yuhao has done precious little since winning that first frame.
80.
I don't think he'll be coming back to the table here.
Yes, he's had very little luck in. I suppose frame 2, when Day missed that black, he did have a half chance, but it wasn't easy. Day misses that, but it's not going to matter. He's made breaks of 55, 103 and 80 from 1-0 down to win his opening match 3-1. Ryan Day, of course, the top seed in this group, and he takes 3 points from his first match. He's got a bit of a break till he returns, 5 o'clock. But we've only got 5 minutes till our next match. Another Welshman against another Chinese player. It's Matthew Stevens against Zhu Yichen.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulus, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it. I mean, you want to follow me in there next? Yeah, I'm ready. All we've been doing. Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you're saying.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama. drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
Nine-ball fans all around the world. There's so much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play nine-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Welcome back, everyone. Matches coming thick and fast as they normally do in the BetVictor Championship League. We're concentrating today on Table 1 as always. It is Group 25 and a Championship League stalwart, Ryan Day, has made an agreeable start, winning 3-1 against Lan Yuhao. So next up, it is again a Welshman against a rookie professional from China. Matthew Stevens, former Masters and UK champion, takes on Zhu Yichen, who's got a very interesting backstory. He's a rookie, but he's 38 years of age.
Good game. First frame. So you tend to break.
Best of break-off shots, but what would have been a possible red has been hidden by the brown. Matthew Stevens, twice a former World Championship finalist on the UK Championships and the Masters, very, very experienced player.
Yeah, so the backstory I was telling you about with Zhu, well, first off, the way he qualified for the tour was dramatic to say the least. He won the Asia Oceania Q School, came through by the narrowest of margins. In the final round, he faced Pakistan's Barber Masha. He had a chance to pot the final black in the decider, did Barber, but he rattled it. And Zhu was able to pot the final ball for the narrowest of victories. That's why he's here. That's why he's on the tour for the first time. From the Hunan province. And he started out playing snooker on outdoor street tables. He's had a life that, yes, involves a lot of snooker, but he's also had plenty of other jobs, including he's been a teacher and a TV journalist. Just get the impression if Stevens is sharp, he might be taught a lesson here.
Yeah. Well, Matthew is one of only 16 players who won both of his qualifying matches. Both the British Open and Wuhan Open, although, as he told himself, he did benefit with some good draws, it has to be said, but it's a good way to start the season, obviously. Winning 2 out of 2, it just peps you up a little bit for the tournaments that lay ahead, including this, of course.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We saw that with Matthew Selt yesterday, who looked, I thought, exceedingly confident in coming through his group unscathed. 3 wins out of 3. By the way, if you think, have I seen Zhu Yichen before on TV? Well, maybe you have. It was a while ago, though. He won an amateur tournament in 2016 to qualify for the Shanghai Masters, but he lost out in that wildcard round 5-0 to Stephen Maguire, who in that match made a 147.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the National Amateur Snooker Masters Championship. 9 years ago, though. But he's still in his late 20s then. Zhu Yichen. Very open first frame, this. So look at the position of the Reds. If one of these players can get in here, they'll expect to score heavily and probably win the first frame because all the colours are still available. Matthews, he's taking this red on into the left centre. Big shot. And he's got it.
What?
Nicely on the blue. He'll fancy scoring heavily here. Made 359 career centuries, Matthew Stevens. 47 years old now. But what a career he's had. He could have done a lot more potentially in the game than he has. Lots of players have always said that of Matthew Stevens, that he's underachieved, but he's still a great player.
Yeah, talking about someone overachieving or underachieving, I think that's a subjective thing, but in certain cases I think
7.
There's a general consensus, and with Stevens, yeah, definitely an underachiever. I've heard it said, and I absolutely understand how it's said, that the most successful player in modern snooker history, Ronnie O'Sullivan, is an underachiever, because so many times
13.
he could have won tournaments and didn't. What he's achieved is phenomenal, but it really could have been more. That's how good he was, that's how good he is.
14.
But when you're saying someone is an underachiever, you're not being critical. You're actually giving them a compliment, because you're trying to convey
19.
just how skillful and talented they are.
Yes, having grown up in Wales since I was a young boy, a lot of the Welsh players would actually say that, well, a lot of the Welsh players have thought that Matthew's even more gifted a player than Mark Williams, but as Mark has had by far the greatest of careers. 3 times a world champion, of course. Multi-ranking event winner Mark Williams. One of the game's all-time greats, of course. Famously, Matthew Stevens and Mark Williams did play in a world final. It was a fabulous match as well, but Mark did get the better of Matthew. In the end, he was behind for most of the final, but did win 18-16.
Yeah, one thing about Stevens that is, I think, beyond dispute, he looks very classy, doesn't he? Good cueman.
26.
Yeah, Matthew's one of not that many players actually has a very, very natural cue action. It's quite loopy, if I can describe it as such. But it's very fluent, very natural. A lot of players coax that out of themselves. They work on the technical aspects of the game, they change cue actions. Matthew's always stayed true to himself. And not really changed a lot. He's always had a lot of other good elements to his technique, though. He's always been very still on the shot. So you'll see it here, that loopy cue action.
32.
He's always had a great great deal of self-belief in himself, and he's beaten just about everybody in the game at some point or another.
Seven.
The first result of the day has occurred on table 2, which is Group 18. The top seed, Yuan Sejun, beating Stuart Carrington 3-0. The high point of that match, his break of 70 in the second frame. So just like here, the second match of the day is underway on table 2. Sanderson Lam
42
against Alexander Ersenbacher. Lam, coached by Peter Ebden, who I had a brief chat with a little earlier this morning. He's arrived at the Mattioli to support and guide young Sanderson. One part of Stevens' game which isn't the best. Again, I think it's a general consensus. He's played with the rest, and so at any opportunity he will crane and lean over to try and reach the shot naturally.
Matthew Stevens is a very capable player.
49.
As a left-hander as well. I've watched him on the practice table actually cueing long balls in
50.
with his opposite hand. It's just very unusual really. Most of the older players don't really possess a great deal of ambidexterity, but Matthew does, and so does Ronnie O'Sullivan, of course. And I actually rate Matthew second only to Ronnie O'Sullivan in terms of playing with the opposite hand.
Yeah, you're right. If you look at a timeline of people who've been able to switch, he was
56.
in the pioneering forefront, as you say, with the Rocket. Back in the day, around the time when the World Championships first went to the Crucible in the late 70s, Fred Davis played the odd shot left-handed, but it was usually just a rudimentary roll in, nothing outlandish at all. So I think O'Sullivan and Stevens,
64.
yeah, they were right there at the start of a new aspect of the game.
It's something
65.
as a youngster you just tend to do. It's messing about really. You just do it for fun. You've had enough of practicing properly, and you just, for a bit of fun, either just play a few trick shots or something just to keep your interest going, or you play a frame or two or a few shots left-handed just to develop it and have a bit of fun really, and before you know it you become quite proficient.
Well, this is proficient.
70.
Baptism of fire for Zhu Yichen. First experience of the Championship League, yet to pot a ball, as we see the ambidextrous skills of Stevens. We'll let him off with that one, it wasn't easy.
Stevens, 70 in the frame.
So, in a single visit, very cleanly, Matthew Stevens, with a break of 70, takes a 1-0 lead over Zhu Yichen.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. the crown jewel of Nan Ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Matthew Stevens,
Matthew Stevens to break.
a man who took part in the inaugural Championship League down at Crondon Park Golf Club in Essex in 2008, 17 years ago. Well, I think Zhu is about to break his duck.
One.
Wow, just that one shot told me something. He tends to lift his head, or he did there anyway, just as he struck the key balls. A little bit of movement. Very unusual technique. Very hunched up over the shot.
So Yichen,
It's a long way off that one. Didn't even reach the pocket. There are definite technical issues, I'll say, in the game of Yichen.
Definitely, yeah. He looks actually a little bit like it's a pool cue action more than a snooker one, although he has played extensive snooker over the years, as we've chronicled. Stevens, last week, 2 wins out of 2, as Dominic has said, in those qualifiers, and that's always a really good way to start the campaign. He beats Sahil Nayar of Canada, the Pan American qualifier, 5-2 in the Wuhan Open qualifying round, and then overcame Lan Yuhao of China, 4-2 in the British Open qualifier.
When you've been on the tour as long as Matthew has, and I was, it's refreshing sometimes to play somebody you've never seen play before, because it gives you a chance to just watch them for a couple of shots and assess them very quickly. From a technical point of view, you make your own judgments as to how good a player could be with a certain technique. And it can give you great confidence if you see a lot of technical deficiencies in somebody. You think to yourself, well, you can't play at a very high level with that sort of technique, or with this fault or that fault. But normally you're so familiar with everybody that you play, you don't get the chance to make those assessments very often.
And I think it's fair to say, Dom, with your level of experience, with that of Stevens, of Ryan Day also in this group, maybe 10, 15 shots and you can pretty much roughly assess the level of the opponent you're up against.
Yeah, absolutely, and it could be that Matthew will decide to play well within himself, and that's very unfortunate, finding the pocket. It was a good safety, beautifully judged for pace, played it with a lot of check side. Yeah, because if you're playing somebody you don't think will be that dangerous, the last thing you want to do is to give them free opportunities right amongst the balls where a lot of players are likely to score. So I think Matthew will be careful not to take anything, or careful not to take anything that's particularly risky on, and just keep it tight and create his openings.
Of course, one thing you can't immediately assess is how much bottle a player has got. That becomes apparent after a lengthier process, but technically you can certainly make I think, accurate assessments if you got the eye.
Oh, that's an interesting shot. Now, does the red just above the black pot? Obviously not. Yeah, it's an interesting argument, this, about, you know, players' ability to play well under pressure, bottle as it's called. Yeah, that comes and goes. It depends. For instance, I mean, we always used to say Stephen Hendry's terrific under pressure, and he was, but of course he was practicing and practicing and winning and winning. But if you don't play for a few months, or you lose a few matches and your confidence is gone, you won't have that bottle anymore. You'll start to make mistakes. It's the same in any sport, with any sports person.
Yeah, he was rock hard, though. I remember when he famously was whitewashed 9-0 by Marcus Campbell in the UK Championship. The following week, he went out to Malta and won a tournament.
Yeah, I was there. That was a nightmare for me, you know, because it just so happened that a friend of mine wanted Stephen Hendry's autograph, and I had to speak to him just after that defeat, and he was fine about it. It doesn't hurt as much if you get annihilated 9-0. I mean, if he'd have lost 9-8 on the black, he'd have been very unapproachable.
Well, you were very fortunate, as were we in the press corps, because, of course, he went 8-0 down, I think, overnight, and then he knew his fate the next day, so he was calmed down by then. But had it been a one-session match, I think it might have been a different kind of outcome for us and for you. Now, with the black over a pocket like this, there is a tendency for balls to congregate around it, as they are, and... well, re-rack can't be entirely discounted. We had a re-rack in this tournament last year, actually, or it might have been 2 years ago now, that went on forever. Mink Nutchurat and Mahai Long. Well, that ends the congestion to a degree, Dom.
Oh, that's made a huge difference. I don't think Matthew would have been overly disappointed to have seen the black go in there. It would have opened the frame up. It was going to be a decent safety anyway. You can see again that head movement. Well, Yichen, as he strikes the cue ball, he seems to move his head away to the side to probably just give his cue enough room to come through to the chest. Lots of players have done that over the years, actually slightly, not severely. Marco Fu springs to mind. Alan McManus used to do it as well. He used to lift his head up and away slightly just to give his cue arm enough room for the cue to go through and reach the chest, as it always does with players. You'll see it all the time. As a player strikes the ball, the back arm, the fist comes through to strike the chest. That's when you know you've gone through the ball well, and this time finally the black has gone in.
7.
Unless I'm mistaken, there's a certainty of a 3-ball plant. The 3 reds next to the corner pocket there. You couldn't miss it. And there they are. Strike the top red, strike the red below it, and the red that's closest to the pocket is a certainty to drop. Wow, I can't believe this. Matthew's put Yichen in again here. Now surely this red will go in. Well, he's had a look at it. Must be a plant. Well, I am astonished. The red that's closer to the left corner must be further away from the cushion than I think it is. It's the only thing I can suggest. Oh, he's having another look at these 3 reds. I'd love him to play it just to see if he proves me wrong.
Yichen as we see that 3-ball possible plan, but I don't think after both players rejected it. Well, there you are. You are right, Dom. I will take that back. You are comprehensively correct.
Right, I'm coming out of retirement, Phil.
Matthew Stevens 1.
To be honest, I thought you were right, but I thought, well, 2 of them can't have missed it. Not, you know, maybe 1, but not 2.
It was basically a bit of a reverse plant. The top red would strike the red below it, and actually, from the angle that it was going to strike the red closest to the corner pocket, it was more likely to help to deflect it towards the pocket. It wasn't entirely set as a plant, but it was always close enough, I thought.
Miss. Matthew Stevens 4.
Zhu played in both qualifiers last week also. Lost heavily to Yuan Sejun in the Wuhan Open, 5-1. Yuan played well, 112, 70, 65 and 51 the breaks from him.
Thank you.
But then Zhu beat Oliver Brown 4-2 in the British Open qualifier, so he will be in the field at Cheltenham in September.
Foul and a miss. Matthew Stevens 4. Foul and a miss. Matthew Stevens
Again,
4.
Natalia Gradinari, who's a really good referee actually. Again, she has to call foul and a miss. Can tell you, on the other table, Sanderson Lam edged the opening frame against Alexander Erstenbacher on the black.
Okay.
Alex Erstenbacher is a good friend of mine from Switzerland. I'm really delighted that he got through the Q school and earned himself a 2-year tour card again. He's a very capable player.
Foul and a miss.
Fractions
Matthew
away.
Stevens 4.
There will always be a miss though, and that's because if you just look at how many reds there are, it's so easy to make contact with the red, but he's being very specific in his choice of red that he wants to make contact with.
Yeah, and without getting into the whys and wherefores, what I always say about the misrule is, okay, it has its critics, and I think something like this will never be perfect, but my view is it's vastly superior to what went before, which was the Wild West, basically.
Well, he's played that to absolute perfection. It's thought that back in the early 90s and before that, there were players taking advantage of certain situations and not really making too much of an attempt to escape from certain snookers because it could be very costly. That's why the misrule was introduced eventually, and it's stood the test of time.
Yeah, I believe it was brought in 91. Obviously, there have been certain tweaks and amendments since then, but the essential rule as it is now, that was instituted in 91, and what an improvement.
Well, we experienced this protracted safety exchange between the two players. I'll tell you a funny story, actually. I was in the company of Steve Davis many years ago discussing the misrule, and Willie Thorne just happened to be a few yards away, and we were discussing it, Steve, and when it began and why. And Steve just called Willie Thorne over and said, "Willie," said, "come over here a minute." So we're just discussing the misrule. You were one of the reasons we brought it in, weren't you? And Willie completely agreed. And basically Steve said, yeah, you used to always deliberately miss the ball coming out of snookers, didn't you? And Willie said, oh yeah, absolutely. Just didn't not a care in the world. He just completely admitted it. But I think it was necessary, and I think it's been welcomed by most of the players. I don't think we'll ever go back to a time when there won't be a miss rule. It'll always be part of the game now.
Well, look, let's not beat about the bush there. Technically, that was very, very poor indeed. And the consequence is that Stevens is right in amongst them again.
And what's good from Matthew's point of view is that the black is in open play. The problem is, if he pots the black, it'll be immediately tied up. So Matthew, being the great break builder and player with just such great knowledge of the game as any person who's had a career as long as Matthews will have, he wouldn't dare pot the black just yet. Now the problem is, I think the pink spot may be occupied, so the pink will have to go on the black spot. As you'll see, it'll be tied up because of it.
7.
Now, two things that Stevens would like here, obviously, in addition to winning the frame, he would love to win the match 3-0 because that would give him a little edge initially over Ryan Day, who won his first match 3-1. The other thing that Stevens would like to do is to make a break in excess of the 80 that Day has as his highest break, because sometimes at the end of these groups, whether you progress or not depends on frame difference, maybe even
15
on a high break. So as many edges as you can get, as many advantages, you want them.
$16. $23.
Actually, Day's highest break wasn't the 80 he made
24.
in the fourth frame. It was 103 he put together in the third. So that's the target for Stevens.
$31. $32.
For the middle red of the three. They're in a line towards his left corner. In fact, the top one might pop. Still going. It's going to be very difficult to make a century from here, but winning the frame is something that he'd expect to do from here, because he only needs 3 or 4 more pots in which to take a 2-0 lead and guarantee at least a point.
$47. $48.
That wasn't his best because there's work still to be done. Normally if you get to the 70s you've won the frame, but there were penalty points given away at the start. So this is frame ball, and although it's close to a pocket, it's not a gimme. Nicely done.
56.
Yes, use the side spin on the cue ball to flick the red in. You always have to make these allowances. Side spin does cause the object ball to be spun in a slightly different direction.
63.
Now the work really begins.
64.
I like what I'm seeing from Matthew Stevens, I must be honest. Didn't quite get the purchase on the cue ball he wanted there, but he's done more than enough to double his lead.
Matthew Stevens 71 in the frame.
So a break of 70 in the first frame is followed by a run of 71 in the second. Matthew Stevens very efficiently has taken a 2-0 lead over Zhu Yichen.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, it is Matthew Stevens in command here. Certainly not even Stevens. The first two frames have been dominated by the far more experienced player. Can tell you on table 2, by the way, Alexander Ersenbacher has equalised against Sanderson Lam at 1-1. While Stevens is out of the arena, gives me the chance to tell you what's coming your way tomorrow. A couple of really good groups, actually. It was one of those days we had quite a tough decision as to which group to put on our main coverage. It will be Group 9, which is Wu Yuze, who's a wonderful talent, Craig Steadman, Krish Gubazani of India, and Wang Yichen of Hong Kong. On table 2, how about this? Well, I was jokingly calling it the Group of Death with Stephen Hallworth last night because he's involved.
Third frame.
And it's Rob Milkins, Chang Bing-Yu, who's a very heavy scorer from China, and Ricky Walden. Now that is a tough group.
Vicious. In a word, yeah. Some groups are like that. I mean, the group on our other table, you know, it's difficult to call them. Sanderson Lam, Alex Orzenbacher. Wan Si-jun, I mean, it's difficult to know who's going to win.
At this point of the season, it's always traditional to get people to speculate as to who will make a breakthrough. Well, maybe it's going to be Matthew Stevens this season because he's playing wonderfully. I think Chang Bing-yu is one to watch. I really do. Scores really heavily. And although that's not the be-all and end-all, Dom, if you can score heavily, you're going a long way down the path to success.
Yes, passing and break building is the most important element in being a top snooker player. You won't get anywhere if you can't pot balls and make big breaks. Now, Matthew's missed the brown to the centre pocket. Now, this is the best chance, I feel, that Yichen has had in this match. Let's see what he can do with it.
Well, he made a couple of half-centuries in beating Oliver Brown in the British Open. I just got the sense he was quite nervous beforehand because backstage we've got a couple of monitors that the players can pop in and see when they're practicing. And he kept coming over to see when he was due on. He was obviously keen to get out there. I think he came over at one point when Ryan Day and Lan Yuhao had just gone 1-1.
Oh, good effort at the red. It was a poor positional shot previously, but he missed a bit of a trick there. For me, he should have been trying to cut that red into the centre pocket because that red would only have needed to just catch the brown. It would have been a certainty to deflect him off the brown. But he got so close to the red in the green pocket, it hasn't really gone anywhere. And it's gifted Matthew Stevens a secondary opportunity here.
What?
Matthew Stevens was playing with the same cue for most of his career up until, well, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, something like that. But it was stolen from his car in Leslie and it's never to be seen again. And cuemaker John Paris made him a replica, and I've played many shots with Matthew's cue. It's a beautifully made cue. It's a fantastic piece of ash for the shaft, but it's quite lifeless. It doesn't give him much response, and you'll notice with Matthew that he's not able to screw the cue ball back from balls as well as other players can. It's just the nature of the shaft of the cue. It's just probably overly stiff, if I can be critical, but that is suited to all-round play.
What a horrible thing to have happen, your cue stolen.
Yeah, I remember his father, Morel, getting it for him from the Elephant and Castle. It was a valuable cue. It was a Hunt and a Burton cue from about 1994. Actually, I think it was 1992, something like that. But it was a wonderful cue, and he'd had it all his career. Would still be using it, I'm sure. He wasn't one of these players, Matthew, to chop and change cues like so many others.
Yeah, Morel Stevens sadly missed on the tour. Really good character. I spent a lot of time with him when he was following Matthew around. Not dissimilar to John Higgins' father. We used to call him Hector.
Hector, I know, yeah.
He was a great character as well.
Absolutely. And I do owe a terrific debt of gratitude, actually, to Morel, because he used to take me and Matthew to Pro-Ams to drive us there and back. We didn't live that far apart from each other.
Wow, and the miss match to Stevens 4.
There can't have been too many 38-year-old rookies. Zhu was born in the year that Joe Johnson was world champion.
What? Foul on the miss. Matthew Stevens, 4.
Back we go again. I just think that Zhu is a little unaccustomed to the way these cushion rails play and the new cloths that we have here. He's misjudging the angle of the cue ball quite severely.
Foul on the miss.
And this will be a free ball.
Matthew Stevens, 4.
I think it will go back nevertheless.
Yeah, 3 balls to replace. The blue was just caressed and it was on its spot anyway, so that's not an issue. White and yellow obviously have to go back as well, but again the yellow was on its spot, so with the cue ball being directly behind the brown, what might have been a troublesome replacement for Natalia Gradinari is actually a very easy one. Unlike this escape.
Foul on the miss. Matthew Stevens, 4.
Well, I think it was a good job actually that he did catch the bump of the middle pocket there. That cue ball was carrying far too much pace. It's almost certain if he made contact with a red or reds, he'd have given Matthew an opportunity. Don't really entirely agree with his choice of escape here, but nevertheless, he's trying to repeat that line. Well, this would be okay if it keeps running, but it won't.
Foul on the miss. Matthew Stevens, 4.
I think he's rather enjoying his time out there.
Well, the chairs we use for the Championship League have been with this tournament for many years. They're very nicely upholstered, very comfortable, so Matthew Stevens quite happy to sit there, just accumulating points.
Foul on the miss. Matthew Stevens, 4.
I think this will go back. I don't know if there's a possible red on. I think he's got to put that back again. And I say that's because it's almost certain that Matthew will be given an opportunity, even if he does escape from it. But can he see enough of this red? Well, that's the difference he can. And that's why Matthew's decided to play the shot, although because he's not on the black, he'll now wish he'd had it replaced.
Yeah, I think where he was, he had to go on the offensive.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're given an opportunity, you must take them. The top players always do, but it's just that
Brown
I wasn't sure he could see anything to pot
Yellow
it, but he could. But he's got to play a decent safety here. That red near the left corner could be pottable. He doesn't get a good cue ball. That's not quite what Matthew had in mind, but has the blue come to his rescue? I think it has.
One.
Oh, that's a lovely pop from Matthew. He'll be happy enough with the position on the yellow. Just needs one good positional shot here. The loose red just near the main bunch is possible to the left corner. And the red closest to the left corner is something he could get on. Just needs to make sure that the cue ball doesn't cannon into the blue here when trying to get position on his next red.
Free. 24.
Suppose playing the blue, he'd probably cannon into the reds and the pink, but he's decided to play for the brown, so it has to be accurate here positionally.
Nine.
Stevens well and truly in command here, and I can tell you on the other table, Alexander Ersenbacher has just taken a 2-1 lead over Sanderson Lam. Ersenbacher winning the third frame with a break of 73.
Just a little more angle on the blue than he would have liked here, Matthew. So if he cannons into the pink and the reds, it's easy to glance off the pink and even going off if you're unlucky, but a little straighter on the blue, he'd have had more control. That's why he's just having a look again at the brown. If he plays the brown, I think he would probably play for the red behind the black.
One.
Now that didn't look spectacular, but that was a supremely cued shot. And if this split goes well, it should be end of match. Well, I suppose you could say
29.
well enough if he can pop the red to middle. Now sometimes the schedule is very much in your favour when you play a match like this and then you're back on again straight afterwards. That's a good thing, and Matthew Stevens is. Oh, but a positional
35.
hiccup there.
Yeah, we saw in our first match Ryan Day was struggling to kill the pace of the cue ball. Yeah, played it with backspin, but just couldn't, as I say, kill the pace of the cue ball. He played for a red into the right corner and is just overran by 7 or 8 inches. So I think that's probably end of break. He still needs one more red to make the frame safe, but I don't think it's going to come from this visit.
Yeah. It's history repeating itself, much like the second frame, where because of a large number of penalty points accrued early, 70 isn't enough. He's 62 in front with 67 on.
Matthew Stevens, 35.
Because of the predicament that Yichen faces here, 2-0 behind, 62 behind. I think he should be taking this red on to the right corner, the red that's to the right of the pink, and I think he is doing. But he'll realise if it doesn't go in, it'll probably cost him the match. Oh, it has. What a pot.
One. Yichen, 1.
Well, Zhu Yichen actually concedes. There wasn't enough on the table for him to win without recourse to a snooker, so there's nothing incorrect in that. It was quite a workout for Matthew Stevens. He did really nicely, actually, particularly in the first two frames, with breaks of 70 and 71. He beats Zhu Yichen 3-0, and now Stevens remains out there. In 5 minutes' time, when we return, he will take on Lan Yuhao.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see.
Lulus, don't worry. Yeah, good luck. Plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
9-ball pools on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Temperatures in Leicester have cooled considerably, but the form of Matthew Stevens and Ryan Day in their respective first matches was pretty warm indeed. Matthew Stevens, couple of 70 breaks to win 3-0 against Zhu Yichen. Even heavier scoring from Ryan Day, 55, 103 and 80 in overcoming Lan Yuhao. So Lan is now back in action against Matthew Stevens. And if Stevens can win this one 3-0, then he places
the first frame.
Day
Lan Yuhao to break.
Under considerable pressure. Same applies if he wins 3-1, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking very much like that last match is going to be decisive, which in terms of seedings, of course, it's supposed to be the all-Welsh affair later. We'll see. Lan Yuhao, he won the first frame against Ryan Day, but really didn't get much of a look in the rest of the match. Ryan was very impressive in winning decisively. If you weren't with us earlier, Lan's just 16. It's his first season on tour, runner-up on the CBSA tour in China to get his 2-year card. So he was born in August 2008, incredibly. He really is starting out on this great journey.
Born 6 months after the first group in the Championship League was played. February 2008.
Well, that is something to think about, isn't it?
Yeah, Lan was number 2, as Dave said, on the CBSA tour in China. That's why he's got his card. The number 1 was Yao Pengcheng, who here the other day, in fact on Monday, won his group in remarkable circumstances. Only accrued 5 points, but it proved enough.
Well, Matthew Stevens has made a good start, hasn't he, to the season, qualifying for Wuhan and the British Open, so coming to this Championship League, having had those not only matches under his belt, but matches he's won. Made a century in the British Open win over Yuan Jihao. .52 in the world, so we'll be spending a lot of time in qualifying, unless, of course, you can get on a big run in the tournament and go up the rankings. It's not an environment where someone like Matthew Stevens would traditionally thrive. You know, we've been used to over the years, of course, in the big arenas where he's won big tournaments.
Yeah, he'll be spending more time in qualifying than Luca Brisell, who, of course, didn't turn up for the Wuhan Open, then pulled out of the British Open, and he's pulled out of this, so nothing from the Belgian bullet so far this season. Qualifiers are, by their nature, unglamorous, but they're also entirely necessary. And we've seen countless examples over the years where someone plays really well in qualifiers and, as a result, gains an awful lot of confidence for the big time stuff.
what we saw in his match against Ryan Day. He likes to take his shots on. He doesn't always give as much thought to the cue ball. He was getting away with a few actually in that first frame, which he ultimately won, including a fluke from out of a snooker. Dominic made a good point though. He's tall, isn't he? And at 16, you know, to keep growing. So quite an imposing figure, I think, as he develops his career. It's also about getting used to British conditions, the tables, how the tables play in different sort of weather environments, and getting used to spending a lot of time in the UK as well. A complete culture change, of course, from China. But at least there's a very good community of Chinese players based up in Sheffield. Lan, we believe, plays at the Ding Academy in Sheffield, Ding Junhui's Academy. Well, of course, when Ding came over, he was basically on his own.
Yeah, you go back even more than that. James Watanabe of Thailand basically learned how to speak English through playing Scrabble. Played for Yorkshire, didn't he, as an amateur, and then made all those sacrifices to leave his native Thailand and come to the UK, and they bore a lot of fruit. Got to world number 3 at his best.
Whoa.
Little kiss would be handy here. Yeah, if you miss the red, you don't want that kiss, but he potted it. So he's on the yellow. Just to say, Sanderson Lam has won the 4th frame against Alexander Ursenbacher, so that's finished in a 2-2 draw. It was high quality, actually, that match. Some good stuff played there. And that's great news for Yuan Si-jun, isn't it, who won 3-0 against Stuart Carrington. He'd love to see a draw there, and he has done. Carrington plays Lam next up.
Yeah, this morning, first thing, I wrote the reports on the 2 groups yesterday for Snooker Scene magazine, and my intro for one of the reports was the fact that so many groups are moulded by the very first match. We saw that on Monday with Steve Maguire playing so well and continuing on. We saw that yesterday with Alfie Burden defeating Sean Murphy and eventually topping the table. You can lose your first match and still qualify for the next phase. It is possible, mathematically. It's there, but it doesn't happen too often, Dave.
Well, you're just chasing the game, aren't you? And also, as I made the point earlier on, when you're the top seed, you play the first match. You're not on again until 5 o'clock. A lot will have happened by the time you get back on. And you know you'll have work to do, but as I say, Yuan Si-jun, it's the perfect start to win 3-0 and then see the next match end a draw. So when he comes back at 5 o'clock, he'll be potentially still top of the table, depending on what happens between Lam and Carrington. Anyway, Matthew Stevens has already had a couple of 70 breaks against his first opponent, and looking to put a few together here as well. Now, has that gone wrong? Looking a little bit concerned.
70.
Well, he's got this one. Ooh, quite a way away. So that's disappointing.
Yeah, there's something psychological about that. Had he played for that red, he probably would have potted it, but he didn't. And it jarred a little.
Whoa.
So the red just about flopping in because he played the cue ball with tons of side.
Matthew going through agonies there in that seat. Doesn't seem that long since he was 16. That's when he turned pro in '94. The next wave behind the class of '92, wasn't it? With his good friend Paul Hunter as well in that generation. And a great generation they were. But this is 2025, and of course we have a Chinese world champion, Xia Xingtong. We have 28 Chinese players on tour, another 4 from Hong Kong. And Lan Yuhao looking to establish himself.
That's the great thing about the Championship League ranking event at this point of the season. You get to see all of the newcomers. You get to gauge what they might be capable of, what they have in terms of potential. And for someone like Lan to play 3 matches in a day in front of the cameras, I think it's invaluable.
20.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned the class of '92, Phil, and you covered that era, but you know, when Ronnie and Mark and John started, they were at the Norbrec in Blackpool, and you'd have to play for months before getting anywhere near a TV camera, winning match after match.
Yeah, it was basically a 3-month deal. You're up there, certainly 2.5 months. These numbers are well known, but I'll repeat them anyway, just in case you didn't know. Ronnie O'Sullivan won his first 38 matches up there at the Norbrec. Eventually won 74 of 76. He lost 1 match on merit, another because he had a tip that fell off. It was an extraordinary introduction.
Fair to say the clues were there then.
People will poo-poo this, but I'll tell you what, watching him then at 16,
35.
It wasn't far off watching him now. Honestly, he was maybe not as tactically astute, but in terms of the sweetness of his cueing,
36.
You just knew he was the chosen one. You just knew. The one thing I always remember, time and time again, if he dropped out of position on the blue and had to play a recovery blue to yellow or green pocket, it was just in.
42.
And the other thing was, those booths had around 25, 30 seats to them, and the vast majority of them had a couple of family and friends. People were rattling around in them. But every time Ronnie played, it was pretty much full. Because snooker people knew he was the man, or at the time, the boy.
Well, that's something else that's continued, of course. Meanwhile, continuing here, Lan Yuhao looking to put this away and really punish Matthew Stevens. We saw Matthew, as I say, in agonies in his seat because he lost position on red to middle, took the red to the yellow pocket, missed it, didn't really threaten the pocket. And this is the psychology of snooker. It's about punishing that error. Whatever age you are, it's going to hurt.
55.
You can always tell in this event, because we have our distinctive chairs, if a player's not feeling great, because they sort of sunk down low in it. When he is there, isn't he, Matthew Stevens?
56.
So, good stuff so far. Just needs to wrap this frame up. Not too much more to do. Another red after the pink. I did think against Ryan Day, I know he obviously lost the match, but he didn't have much of a look in after the first frame. I thought he looked pretty cool at the table. Not a man under pressure.
60.
And he's taken these nicely. And can he now make a century? He did actually make one against Zhou Yilong in the Wuhan qualifying, so it wouldn't be his first as a pro, but of course the high break can determine the group ultimately, or certainly determine placings. So if he can make a century here, Ryan Dad 103 earlier, could be in his locker for later.
Lan Yuhao, 69.
That is a shame, but it should be enough to secure the frame. Matthew Stevens was in, but he played a lax positional shot. He then missed a red to a ball pocket, and young Lan Yuhao did the rest. He draws first blood.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Matthew Stevens.
16 years of age, maybe the world at his feet. We will find out over the next few years. But Lan Yuhao, with a break of 69, has won the first frame from Matthew Stevens. Maybe Ryan Day is backstage rubbing his hands, because if this were to be a draw, Day would be very much in the driver's seat in terms of the fact he's still got 2 matches to play. Yes, if it was a draw, Stevens would go top of the table, but Day would be favourite.
Well, he caught those reds very thick and hasn't got a great cue ball. It was a good break though, wasn't it? You know, he just needed that one chance.
What?
Well, got a big shot already, isn't it? If you can pop the black, get it back on its spot, then it is a good scoring opportunity for the Welshman.
I really like these Rasson tables. They're used for matchroom events in snooker and in pool, and I think they play beautifully. A lot of players I know have the same opinion. What I will say though is down the rail, down that top cushion, they do tend to go in a little easier.
No.
And so the black that Stevens just had wasn't quite as much of an examination as it could have been. But the Rasson's used for the champion of champions as well, Dave. We've seen them play so nicely for so many years.
60.
Yeah, and it's a challenge this time of year with the weather. And of course, it was very hot earlier in the week. Can affect, will affect conditions. Anyway, Matthew Stevens just looking to put to bed what happened in that first frame and focus on this one. He's a former Masters and UK champion, twice runner-up at the World Championship. And you know, people have said, well, he should have won more, but it's very easy to say that. Look at the era he was in. It was still when he started the era of Stephen Hendry
25.
and the other sort of top players of that time, and then came the class of '92. And then later, the Selbys, the Robertsons, the Murphys, the Trumps, the Dings. Oh, hang on. This needs to hold up with this red. Is he on it? Seems so.
Well, underlining your point, Stevens, up to now, has been in 20 ranking event semi-finals and won only one of them. When you get that far, you might think, well, you're very close to the title, but in fact, you've then got two extraordinarily talented opponents to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, look, he could have won more tournaments, obviously, but if you end your career having won the Masters and the UK Championship, 99% of players would be very happy with that. Looking to get into them here, needed to try and disturb them. Could have worked out a bit better, I think.
38.
So just having to settle for safety. He'll be aware of the inexperience of his opponent, and he won't want to offer up anything easy. Keep him in trouble, force the mistakes out of Lan Yuhao. There's one tournament he won, Matthew Stevens, the Scottish Masters, which was an invitation event. And to win it, he beat, I can't remember which order it was, but he beat O'Sullivan, Williams and Higgins in successive rounds. Anyway, he's got another chance here. Good one, you've got to say, if he knocks this in. Red's nicely spread.
What?
And that kiss was pretty handy as well. It's worked out a treat.
Six.
And so is that. He was a little concerned. Put too much juice into the cue ball. The third match of the day on table 2 is underway, by the way. Stuart Carrington taking on Sanderson Lam. First frame, very much up for grabs. One thing we didn't really mention that often yesterday, we did mention it towards the end of the day, but I think it's worth revisiting.
Sam.
As Stevens almost achieves what he wants to. Yes, he's on the black, but this is a tough one. And we saw yesterday, indeed the first 2 days of this event, a lot of these shots are being undercut. As was that.
Matthew Stevens.
Just didn't quite control that break, did he, as he would have liked. It was could have gone wrong before then. So, well, we saw Lan make that 69 break in the last frame. This would be even bigger punishment if he could win the frame from here.
What?
Yeah, I was quickly going to back reference to Sean Murphy, very surprisingly finishing bottom of the group with 3 defeats in 3 starts. Now, he was the champion of this event 2 years ago. So basically by winning 0 in terms of prize money and ranking points yesterday, he didn't defend a penny of the 33,000 he won 2 years ago on the rankings. So that will be a blow to the man who's world number 14 at the moment. And the point I'm making relevant to the guys involved today, to the guys still involved in the tournament going forward. If you can win this event or have a deep run,
50.
it sets you up nicely.
Well, he is tall. This is still full stretch.
60.
I think it's very important, and of course it's pertinent with Lan being 16, not to sort of make too many predictions about young players. He's clearly talented, but players develop at their own rate. Sometimes a young player will produce a strong performance and suddenly they're the next world champion. It doesn't work like that. If every player
23.
who was tipped to be world champion won it, he'd have to play it every month. There's been so many. Just let him develop at his own rate. And that's the beauty now with the 2-year card. The first year is about kind of learning. We saw this with Stan Moody, didn't we? The first year, he had some good wins actually, but you know, was just finding his way. Last season, very impressive. Finished in the top 64 already this season, looking good. So he's really building sort of year on year. Now then, well, he's missed them. He's playing the cannon and he's missed the reds. So that's quite a big error. If that had come off, that cannon, the frame was at his mercy.
30.
The other thing you've got this season, Dave, I think you've got more really good players who aren't on tour than ever before. It's so competitive now, the world of
Lan Yuhao.
professional snooker.
31.
Well, it's now quite a big moment in this match, and I guess in the wider group as well. If Stevens loses the frame, the best he can do is a draw. It wasn't the best safety, was it? Look where the cue ball is, hasn't made the baulk line. And it allowed Matthew Stevens to have a go at that red. So that was an error. It's not unusual though for a young player that side of the game not to be that highly developed. Well, that's no good. Sort of no man's land really.
4.
Be able to cut it back, but you wouldn't call it position A, would you? It's a rare sight for Matthew Stevens to get the rest out. He doesn't like it.
Well, the rest for him is a 4-letter word.
Well, it's a 4-letter word for everybody.
Yeah. A real 4-letter word, you know what I mean?
Matthew Stevens 4.
It's a difference though in terms of safety. Matthew Stevens has played a better one than Lan did in terms of where he's got the cue ball. A lot to hide behind though down in bulk, isn't the 4 colours.
Now that was a stage whisper from Rob Spencer, the referee. He said, don't chalk your cue when the other player is at the table. This etiquette will naturally come for Lan.
1.
Yeah, it was a schoolboy error, but I suppose he is a schoolboy really. Anyway, there was no error knocking the red in, was there? It was a very confident shot. Of course, another one tied up with the black. It's got to be dealt with.
4.
Not sure whether he tried to disturb that and stay on the other one, but he's not on the other one. Sanderson Lamb, though, has the black to win the first frame against Stuart Carrington. And he's potted it, so Sanderson Lamb 1-0 up on table 2.
Lan Yuhao 4.
Yesterday, the first session melted into the second. We had no break, but I think that's definitely not going to happen this time. It's been good stuff so far, and this match is very intriguing. 3 players watching this with great interest. Obviously, the 2 involved, and Ryan Day as well. Good safety isn't all about a good cue ball. Yes, Stephen's got the wide deep in ball, but look where the red finished.
What? Yellow ball, thank you. Lan Yuhao 1.
Well, I had visions of a real stalemate there, but he has moved the red away from the black.
You would think with Stevens' vastly greater experience, he's got the moves, the knowledge. You would think he would be a big favourite in this kind of safety duel on the last red.
Wow.
Well, he is now.
Matthew Stevens.
That's about as bad as it could be for Lan Yuhao.
Yeah, that's the kind of shot that Stevens would never have played.
No, I mean, I was just thinking, you know, there's only one player who's going to take any risks there. And, well, now Matthew Stevens looking to profit. He's got the rest out again. It's a collector's item, twice in the same frame. Usually avoids it, but anyway, 20 in front. not much more to do to level up. Well, it's not a great spot, is it, really? I mean, he's going to need... The blue is going to need the yellow as well.
Historically, really bad players with the rest. John Spencer, Tony Drago come to mind. Haven't looked good with it. I always think Stevens, when he actually cues and plays the shot with the rest, doesn't look technically bad, but clearly he's got no confidence with it at all.
How close can he get to this yellow? Well, that'll do, surely. He's played that well.
6.
Very well, actually. And now he's changing hands for the yellow.
8.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is the value of experience. When it came down to a little tactical standoff, as Phil said, Matthew Stevens was certainly favourite, and so it transpired.
11. 50.
That didn't work, but it doesn't really matter.
20. Matthew Stevens, 20.
After winning his first match of the day, Matthew Stevens retains hope of winning his second. He equalises against Lan Yuhao at 1-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Let's just take a quick look at table 2. Stuart Carrington, fine player from Grimsby, which is a real hotbed of the game. Historically, he's 1-0 down to Sanderson Lam. That after losing his first match 3-0 to Yuan Sejun. So the situation is clear for Carrington. He has to win the next 3 frames, and his last match against Alexander Ersenbacher to stand any chance of topping the group. Lose this frame, and he would be the first player eliminated from topping a table
35.
contention. Of course, if this is a 2-all draw, Yuan Sejun is in the box seat and then some, because Sanderson Lam drew a 2-all with Alexander Ersenbacher. Another 2-all draw for Lam would leave him with just the 2 points from 2 matches. 1 point it would be for Carrington from 2. 1 point.
36.
And elimination. Whereas Yuan Sejun with a 3-0 win, he made the perfect start against Carrington when play began at noon. And we've had 4 groups complete so far in the tournament, and 2 top seeds have progressed.
43.
Stephen Maguire and Matthew Selt.
Okay.
Johan Sejun,
The third frame.
as it stands right now, looking good to be the third.
Lan Yuhao break.
So we're guaranteed 2 more frames here. Matthew Stevens obviously wants to put himself in a position playing Ryan Day where he's going to, well, he'll know what to do, but he wants it to be not the case that Ryan Day only needs 1 frame and he needs, or sorry, only needs 1 point and he needs all 3.
What?
But nothing wrong with that shot.
Had a situation yesterday where Alfie Burden went into his last match against Robbie McGuigan, needing only a single frame, and he got that immediately. Got a little too much bite into the cue ball there. Little awkward cueing over the pink. And indeed, a side of the bunch.
Yeah, and you saw what happened as a result. Cannon the yellow. This is always the thing. If you lose prime position, it's hard to just get it back immediately. Sort of as Alan McManus would put it, it's recycling the break. My word, he's thundered the yellow in though. What a terrific shot that is. I think a lot of snooker fans would love to see Matthew Stevens have a resurgence. He's always been a popular player because he's always played the game in an attractive way, and people are well aware of the off-table things that have happened. His father passing away, of course, Paul Hunter, who I mentioned earlier as well, obviously affected him.
Yeah, veterans returning for one last hurrah in all sports. I think that is a heartwarming story. Let's hope it happens to Stevens this season. Maybe not one last, but maybe 2 or 3 last hurrahs.
Yeah, and there's 3 members of the world's top 5 who are older than him, aren't there? The class of '92, so you know he's not out on his own in terms of veteran status. Done well here to keep this going, hasn't he? Having lost position initially, he's now got it back, so looking to really press on. Rob Spencer, if ever there was a Championship League stalwart,
40.
He qualifies for that description. Of course, he was here for the Q School, and then he was here for all the qualifying. Spends more time in Leicester than Mark Selby.
Well, you and I are not too far behind, Dave. We've got the Invitation Championship League coming up in the new year. And we've got the Champion of Champions here in November.
22. $23.
Not a bad split that, but he wanted the cue ball to just glide through the reds a little more to leave 1 or possibly 2 reds to middle. That's not the case.
Yeah, it's always frustrating because, you know, you land on one and You've opened the reds, it's a great frame-winning chance, but you just have to take a few breaths, and as he's doing here, we'll try and work out a spot to put the cue ball in.
Yes, I like the attitude of Stevens, doing everything correctly, doing everything professionally, as Stephen Maguire did on day one. I thought that was a very cool performance on a really hot day.
Yes, I mean, it's worth reiterating, this is a world ranking event, and every point you can muster on that list, you know, can make a big difference. Remember, if you finish 4th in the group, you get nothing at all, but any other placing, you get ranking points, prize money, and of course, if you win the group, you come back for stage 2.
Yes, every group winner at this stage effectively goes into the last 32. So you win £3,000 for topping the group, and then you're guaranteed another 1,000 even if you finish bottom of the second phase group. So it's 4,000 ranking points at stake for today's 2 group winners.
I think someone had to sort of explain the format to Lan Yuhao. He used to playing obviously knockout snooker, his first time in the Championship League. It's a little bit, seems a bit convoluted. It's easy to understand once you get going. I hope he knows about the high break, because that can, I mean, we've seen before now, that can affect placing, sometimes can affect the whole group. Remember Dave Gilbert that time, when he had to make a 130 odd to win the group in the last frame.
Played that in a way he couldn't leave a lot. Yeah, I remember Jackson Page, another late high break beneficiary. And of course Page in the World Championship qualifiers made the highest break you can twice. Well, that was cheeky, especially if the cue ball travels on. It does. Ideally on the brown. What a good chance this is.
Five. 6.
Again, it's now about just trying to keep things simple and not let the cue ball roam too much. Yeah, just on Jackson Page, quite interesting story actually. He's used some of that money that he earned from the maximum, or the 2 maximums, to open his own shop, a trading card shop. Which is quite industrious, isn't it? You know, it's showing a bit of something there, that he's, you know, could have gone and bought a car and the usual things, but actually he's got his own business going. So good luck to him with that. Runner-up, of course, in this last year to Ali Carter.
And you know, doing something like that benefits your snooker, because if you've got a secondary source of income, that alleviates a degree of pressure, and that can only be good. So good luck to him. So, David, the question then is, you've piqued my interest. What kind of cards? Is it sports memorabilia or Pokemon, things like that?
I think Pokemon definitely is involved. In fact, Zhao Xingtong, a little Pokemon figure, didn't he, on his bow tie during the World Championship. Maybe he'll be the first customer. He can certainly afford to buy a few, can't he?
$27. $28.
Maybe they should have snooker playing cards. Right now you'd be able to get Lan Yuhao's rookie card.
Well, we've got the ace in the pack, haven't we? Judd Trump. That's literally his nickname. I was wondering, you know, Chachapong Nasser, this new player from Thailand. Now Dominic's retired. Could he be the new spaceman?
Another four-letter word, Dave.
Thank you. 34.
Oh, no, I didn't expect that. Did
Lan
not
Yuhao.
expect that.
34.
When he missed the red, the one thing he wanted to do was to see the red itself run safe. Maybe collide into a colour and knock that safe. It's not happened. Everything is there.
One.
The one thing that Lan can hold on to is the fact that the brown is blocking the path of the red in bulk to the green bag. And the close proximity of the green to that red makes dropping on it a little difficult.
6.
Because regardless of what happens, Stevens, if he takes the last 3 reds with even the highest value colour, will need the last red.
Seven.
Yeah, so easy coming off a side cushion like that to misjudge that kind of shot. The cue ball through a tad wide, but he does have a recovery red to a distant ball pocket. Oh, that was beautiful. Arguably, given the pressure, given what was at stake, that was the best shot of the match so far.
$20. 21.
So here is that precise positional shot I talked about. Had a lovely angle off the blue to stun into the green, and now it should be plain sailing.
Yes, and Lan had his chance, didn't he? Missed that red to middle. Matthew Stevens has been very businesslike today.
27.
And what a big frame we've got coming up, assuming he closes this one out. Chance to get to 6 points with a loss of just one frame, putting the pressure on Ryan Day later on. Remember, after points, it goes on frame difference.
31.
So to 1-3-0 already. It's only one frame difference, but it's a big advantage. Ryan Day, though, of course, if he matched that against Yichen, then it could be, well, it would be all to play for, obviously, in the last match.
33.
And that's actually where the high break could come in. I mean, there's all ifs and buts, I know, but if they matched each other before that match and then it finished 2 each, then it would be about the high break, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it was one of those groups where you looked at it beforehand and you thought Day and Stevens would be taking on each other for top spot. And that looks increasingly likely.
45. 51.
Maybe it was a lapse in concentration. Lan missed a red to middle that surprised most. Matthew Stevens stepped in with a 51 clearance to pink, and because of that, he's now looking good.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
The very latest news from the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. I can tell you on table 2, the third frame between Sanderson Lam and Stuart Carrington is still going on, but Lam has an unassailable lead in it, so he will take a 2-1 lead there. It means that scoreline and this one, the two players have been eliminated from topping a table. Stuart Carrington and Lan Yuhao. I must say, Dave, I've really liked what I've seen from Matthew Stevens in both of his matches. Okay, there's been the odd mistake in there, but generally speaking, he's looked really sharp.
Yeah, I mean, it must have helped that he won those 2 qualifiers, I guess, beforehand. This is not his first snooker of the season. He's had 2 matches, but he's won them. So, in general, it's just a good start to the campaign. I'm sure, you know, at the age of 47, in June and July, Matthew would rather be in sunnier climes, although it's been sunny here this week. But you've got to play these matches, and if you're going to play them, you may as well really focus, and that's what he's done, as you say. Well, head came down straight away there. Not quite as intended. Well, trying a shot here. It's going to the Reds, I think. And well, it's a big target, isn't it? But he's not hit them.
12.
You thought there'd be some sort of contact. Whether it would work out is another matter. But in fact, no contact at all.
Matthew Stevens, 12.
Little tap on the table from Matthew Stevens just to appreciate that shot. We know as a few of the big hitters haven't entered the tournament. I think they would have done had the Shanghai Masters not been in the early point in the calendar, but that's something to look forward to later in the month if you're in the top 16 or one of the Chinese wildcards. Barry Hawkins is actually the highest ranked player in the event, number 9 in the world.
Yeah, there's lots of snooker to be played this season, so many events. The top players will have their hands full in terms of managing their schedule. I'm a little surprised though that Mark Selby didn't play in this, because the investment to win it is basically 3 days spread over 4 weeks. And as we know, he's a resident of Leicester.
Yeah, and he likes coming to snooker tournaments as well. That's the thing, he likes just being around the people at the tournament. Feel free, Mark, if you're listening, to just come down anyway.
Yeah, he's qualified, of course, for the Champion of Champions. Doesn't have to think about that carrot.
Well, all sorts of kisses, and it's set up a chance for Lan Yuhao, who can still get a point out of this. Remember, it's different prize money depending on where you finish in the table, and none at all if you finish 4th. So that's what he's got to be thinking about. Obviously lost his first match, could draw this one, could win the last one, he'll still get 4 points out of the day.
One.
From what we've seen, Dave, I think he's got a pretty good game, decent game, and definitely something to build on.
There's a certain coolness about him, isn't there? There's a certain, just something in the way he is at the table, which be worth monitoring. He's come up a bit straight here on this blue. It's the problem, isn't it, when you're straight, you can't really do much with the white, you either go backwards or forwards.
12.
So in potting this one, likely to open a few more up. Well, in fact, just screwing off the pink.
Yeah, that was a good example of he's cueing, hits the ball nicely.
What I've liked as well, when things have gone wrong, he hasn't done the sort of head shaking thing that you see sometimes from players. He hasn't been giving it the woe is me stuff. Tempted to do it now though, isn't he? After that last shot, he sort of just stopped himself, but that was a disappointment. So now it's about just focusing on the safety. But, you know, let's be honest, there's far more experienced players who would have given that plenty then.
Lan Yuhao.
And he's in fact played a lovely shot and didn't quite get in tight to the green, but he's on the cushion. So didn't just play the white down to balk with, you know, with disappointment there. He thought about it. Now the safety has secured a chance, and that's a terrific pot. What a terrific red to get in. So a definite chance now for 2-2. Another one. Red's nicely spread this time. But it started with that good safety when he broke down initially. Forced the chance from the Matthew Stevens shot.
Six.
Yes, and what he's got to tell himself is that while he can't top the table, he can still finish second, which is worth £2,000.
7.
And from the evidence of the Stevens match against Zhu Yichen, you would make Lan Yuhao favourite to beat Zhu. As we've said on more than one occasion though, Dave, this, the way the fourth frame is going, manna from heaven for Ryan Day.
Yes, he'll be happy enough if it finishes 2-2. I mean, you would think you'd land on a red here, there's so many of them, but when the cue ball has to travel a distance, things can go wrong.
It
It nearly did, didn't it?
90.
Certain shots on the snooker table are deceptive. Now, this is one of them. Deceptive on your TV screens, that is. This pink looks simple. It's quite thin, actually. Yeah, there you get a better impression.
$25.
He didn't try and do too much with the cue ball. But the consequence of that is now he's got another pressure ball to deal with. This could easily go astray.
Thank you. Lan Yuhao.
Yeah, as you say, it's all about just trying to keep things as simple as possible, not leave yourself shots like that. And it's a really good chance, wasn't it, to make it 2-2, as it is, he's only 31 in front.
What?
Well, again, he didn't want to use the rest. He got the extension out, but he played that brilliantly. So Matthew Stevens, another twist in this match, in this group, gets an opportunity to win the match 3-1 and go to 6 points in the table.
Six. 7. I need to get a couple of
Whole host of reds in one pocket, so they're removed by Rob Spencer before he puts the black back on the table. And even though a couple were removed, I think there's 7 in there as it is. So Spencer will have to redo that operation in a moment. No problem with the other top corner pocket. Now that was the old stock shot, screwing back off the black
22.
with reverse side. Don't know whether he got a dull contact. I think it would be over-egging it to say that it was a full-blown kick, but certainly the reaction was a little lifeless, and that's why he's short of the red. The red he's going to try and pot is the one he intended position on, but it's cutting back into a blind pocket when it should have been straight, or straight-ish.
Well, it wriggled in, and that will do, you would think. So back in business, in his hands to get this one.
$28. $29.
Already in this tournament, throughout the course of the season, this will be said on countless occasions, so many frames revolve around potting an awkward last red. But with that positional shot, Stevens has made it
36.
a little easier than it might have been, even though the dreaded rest is required. Now can Stevens overcome his Benoit?
There you go. He just doesn't like using it, does he? And he has missed, so another twist. I mean, that was basically frame ball in a way, wasn't it? You look where everything else is. You couldn't really see anything going wrong, but it's not in. 5 points in it then.
One.
Now that was a better pot than it looked, and just like that, the pendulum is completely shifted. Swung very much in the direction of Lan.
Yeah, there didn't seem to be any thoughts of not playing the pot either. He just got down and I fancied this. As I say, there's something about him, I think, which bodes well for the future, just his attitudes as much as anything. Big visit this, though, to steal a point.
6.
Only 1 point ahead, so he needs green to pink.
Nine.
A man, as Phil told us earlier, is younger than the Championship League itself. He was born after this event was first staged, just 16.
30.
Check at the scores, blue and pink needed.
$18. $24 on the frame.
Watch out for Lan Yuhao, the 16-year-old from China, who is a rookie professional. That was a really composed clearance, and a consequential clearance as well, because he salvages a 2-all draw with Matthew Stevens, who again fell foul of using the rest. He missed the last red when he was in position to win 3-1, and in the end it is a 2-all draw. Now, consolation for Stevens is that with a win earlier, he goes to 4 points, and therefore he tops the table. Crucially, though, his fellow Welshman Ryan Day has played one, won one, and when we come back at 5 o'clock, he will be next in action against Zhu Yichen, who's currently at the foot of the table. Lan Yuhao, 1 point, and I think he showed an awful lot of promise there. So again, just to repeat, we'll be back 5 o'clock local time, back at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, as day 3 of the BetVictor Championship League Snooker continues.
very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot bet again. Will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Hello once again from the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester, day 3 of the BetVictor Championship League, and we're about to start the session that will decide the winners of our latest 2 groups. And well, it's looking like it will be the clash of the 2 Welshmen later. Matthew Stevens top at the moment, 1 point ahead of Ryan Day, but of course he's played 1 further match. A win and a draw for Matthew Stevens. Ryan Day won his first match. Lan Yuhao and Yichen from China also in that group, and Zhu about to play Ryan Day on this table. But as I say, it's looking very much like Davey Stevens is going to decide things later. The other group actually could be wrapped up in this next match, because Yuan Sijun, he won 3-0. There were then 2 draws. So if Yuan Sijun were to beat Alexander Ursenbach, he'd be on 6 points. No one else could get that many. So it's in his hands, but of course he's got another match after that, in any case against Sanderson Lam. So Yuan Sijun a big favourite there. As for this table, well, we're about to get match 4 underway.
First round, Zhu Yichen to bring.
Zhu Yichen, not a lot of joy against Matthew Stevens, lost 3-0. Making his debut on the World Snooker Tour this season, but he is 38, so he's the opposite to Lan Yuhao we saw earlier. He's just 16. In terms of experience, he's been playing many years, just not as a professional. Of course, Ryan Day, full-time ranking event winner, and well, he lost the first frame against Lam, but then his opponent didn't score another point. He played really well, Ryan Day, made a century, 103, and he'd be delighted, I'm sure, to see that draw between Lan Yuhao and Matthew Stevens. It looked like Matthew would win that match. Wow. Well, pick the bones out of that one. The red was nowhere near, and somehow the white and the yellow have gone in. Dominic Dale alongside me.
Yes, that was one of those shots that you tend to play after a lunch break. Good opportunity, of course, this for Zhu Yichen, but he is a rookie pro and he is 38 years old, and he's got a lot of learning to do, and there are a few technical issues with his game.
One.
But he can play. He's actually deceptively good on his day. He's had a couple of good results. Did defeat Oliver Brown, who's a very capable player, fairly recently, so amongst the balls he could be a danger.
4.
Yes, that was in the British Open qualifying last week. Of course, the beauty of this Championship League, you get 3 matches, whatever, so okay, the first one didn't go to plan, but you never know what could happen in the rest of the evening.
11.
He stays on to play his compatriot Lan Yuhao after this match.
12.
There's a lot of body movement.
90.
And the technique of Zhu Yichen, it's part of his technique in a way. It's all sort of works in sync. Lifts his head up and away from the shot as he strikes the cue ball, and that just enables your grip hand, your backhand, to go through to the chest. I've seen a lot of players over the years do that, but in a far less exaggerated manner.
27.
He's an orthodox, but he doesn't hang about, does he? And he's got reds open here, so chance to build up some sort of break. After that pretty wild shot from Ryan Day, of course, it's been about 4 hours since Ryan played that first match. It was over in about an hour, so that was 1 o'clock. It's now 5 o'clock local time.
36.
His stance as well is very unorthodox. Both feet are very close together.
42.
Of course, the taller you are, the further your feet tend to be apart from one another. If you say 6 feet tall, I think the accepted distance between both feet would be about 18 inches. So you can see they're barely 6 or 7 inches apart there. That's quite unusual. But it's a style all of his own, and it's natural, and that's the key thing, it's natural.
50.
Break goes to 50, the lead 54. Still going in. It's nice on the blue, and look at the position of the reds now.
Came through 3 deciders, 3 4-3s in the Asia Oceania Q School, including in the last round, 4-3 on the last black to secure his 2-year tour card as a professional. This break has not taken long, has it? Just very instinctive.
64.
And this red frame ball.
65.
So Ryan Day thoroughly punished, and Yichen is going to win his first frame of the day.
This is impressive, I have to say, from the Chinese. Taken no time at all, this break. Can he go on and make a century? Cue ball keeps running, he'll be okay, and it has.
72. 73.
The highest break of the group so far was made by Zhu Yichen's opponent, Ryan Day. It was a break of 103.
80.
Just shows in snooker that everyone obviously has ideas about technique and the right way to play. If it works for you, it works. And it's working for Zhu here.
86. 87.
In spite of what I've been saying from a technical point of view, the strike of the cue ball, which is everything in snooker, is beautiful. From Yichen, is a beautiful striker of the cue ball.
Yeah, and this is for his first century on the World Snooker Tour. Well done. Terrific break. It's been a joy to watch this, as maybe not if you're Ryan Day. He got nowhere near that initial pot. The yellow went in, the cue ball went in, but did he really think sitting down it was end of frame?
101. 106. 108. 111. 150.
Well, the break of the day so far.
$120.
He was watching that cue ball, it wouldn't stop.
120
So,
in the first
not a
frame.
total clearance, but a terrific 120 from Zhu Yichen. to win his first frame of the day and indeed the first frame of this match.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Ryan data break.
So Yichen making his debut on the tour this season at the age of 38. He's put together a barnstorming 120 to win the first frame against Ryan Day, who, of course, has got another match to play later against Matthew Stevens. But the balance of power will shift if we were to lose this match. At the moment, Matthew's on 4 points, Ryan Day on 3. But, of course, Day had a match in hand coming into this one. If he weren't, well, certainly were he to lose it, then he would obviously have to win the last match against Matthew Stevens. But even a draw, and he's going to have to win. So I think a lot of people, based on what happened in the first session, made Day a heavy favourite for this match. Not after that first frame, though.
Just goes to show, doesn't it? You know, you've just got to be prepared for nothing and everything as a sports person. You can look at a player and assess their capabilities in no time at all, and you could be completely wrong about them. That's another good pot.
What?
And can he get into the pack of red somehow from the yellow? Don't think playing the blue will be beneficial in any way. Well, now he just needs to be a little careful with this safety shot here, that he doesn't flicker red out from the pack.
Three.
We need to see it go near a corner pocket somewhere.
Do your chin 3. What?
Choosing not to go into the pack of reds on the yellow. It wouldn't have been an easy angle to find. He'll be pleased with that shot though.
3.
Nicely on the red to the centre with an angle to push up for the blue. Now Ryan will need to go into the pack of reds. He'll have a quick look at the pack of reds just to make sure that there isn't a red that could find a pocket somewhere.
9.
That's a little unlucky for Ryan. There is a pot on, but it's risky considering he's lost the first frame. If he loses another out of the 3 frames that potentially remain in this match, a draw could be a bit of a sticky situation for Ryan Day. Took the red on though, bold shot choice, and what a good pot it was, so back in business.
Yes, we saw him lose the first frame, didn't we, against Lan Yuhao. Very different sort of frame. It was scrappy, it was close, but just came out, played 3 really good frames, 3 big breaks, and that was that. 3-1 in no time. So all the vast experience Ryan has, be thinking about his own game rather than being concerned about his opponent. But he'll be concerned about that. A little puff of the cheeks. That's gone wrong.
I was speaking to Ryan and Matthew. I had my lunch with them, and they were saying that the table's playing a little on the heavy side. They're finding it difficult to control the cue ball. Ryan's taken the green on. It's not far away. It's in. Another great pot. There was pressure on that, considering the red.
6.
Almost right over that left corner. Now, can he play for the pink from this, or even the black?
$17.
Where's he gone there?
22.
There's very little side spin on the cue ball. I thought he'd be playing to leave himself much straight on this red. He's got to lean across. He can only just reach this. Judging the pace won't be easy now from here.
23.
Maybe too far for the blue. He has a choice of blue or yellow here. Wonder if he'll go into the 5 reds from this blue.
$28. Round out 28.
Well, hasn't quite got the cue ball to the ball cushion. Little things that kind of needed to go for him there haven't, in terms of landing on the next red. It's green just slightly in his way.
Seemed to play that at completely the wrong speed from his own point of view. As red as he saw just came off the side cushion. Has finished perfectly from Ryan Day's point of view. Already had a 25 points lead, so not too much more to do to level this match up at 1-all.
8. Ryan Day 8.
Well, that was a pretty shocking miss from Ryan Day. Just sort of took his eye off that, I think. Just took it for granted. Came out of nowhere just as he was taking control of the frame. As I say, it's a curious format in a way. If you play the first and you're the seed, it's a long wait to play the second match, and maybe sort of concentration isn't quite there. Been just sort of hanging about.
Sam.
That's a bit of a
7.
let off for Ryan Day. I don't think he expected Yichen to miss that red. Had it gone in, he was on the black, and could have been a dangerous situation for Ryan Day. Just to quickly mention that Wan Jun pipped Alexander Orzenbacher over on the other table in their first frame. Won it on the pink to lead 1-0 there. Of course, all the action on table 2 is available via our Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel.
Yes, Alex was one of the beneficiaries of Luca Brissell opting out of qualifying for the British Open. Got back on again through the Q-School, didn't he? He seems to get involved in that a lot, but he always seems to come through it. I think it's 6 times now he's come through Q-School. Ryan Day nowhere near having to go there, of course. World number 37 now then. This puts him 40 in front, this pink. So this is the key shot, really. Along the cushions on these Rassons, they tend to, unless you completely mishit it, they tend to go in.
50.
So no theatrics here because the black gets him to the snooker's required stage. Just make sure the points. 2 snookers needed, looking like 1 each.
22.
Missed that pink. That could have really damaged him had he lost the frame from it, but
Ryan Day.
you can forget about that now.
22.
2 snookers needed. Well, it looked like he'd done the frame there, but actually he's not left him nicely in. Xu, who needs the snookers, he's in one himself.
Oh.
And he's seen enough.
Ryan Day 4 on the frame.
So, rather scrappy frame, but it is Ryan Day who wins it, and he levels the match at 1 each. We've got 2 more frames to bring you.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
I think connoisseurs of safety play may not have enjoyed this match so far. There's not been much, has there? It's been very attacking, very entertaining. Century from Yichen, 120. And then Ryan Day dominated the next frame without making any big breaks. So guaranteed 2 more frames. If you're just coming in, Ryan Day won his first match. This is his second. So he's got 3 points. Matthew Stevens has won 1 and drawn 1. He's on 4 points. He's going to play Ryan Day in the last match later, which is going to decide the winner of this group, you would think. Unless, of course, you won this and then won his next match. That would really stir things up.
Great cut back from Ryan Day, and he's landed beautifully on the pink here. If he can play for that red that's just above the black, that would be ideal. It's the one he wants to get out of the way. It's pretty much occupying the black spot at present. Now, where does this pink ball have to go? Referee Rob Spencer decides it needs to go behind the pack of reds because its own spot isn't available.
7. Eight. $50. 60.
Ryan will have to play up for the blue now. He's not straight enough on the red to hold for the black. Great builder, Ryan Day. He's closing on a 500 career centuries. He's currently on 481. "45 years old now, Ryan. Been around a long time. That's worked out well.
29.
Yeah, he's a player. He tries to make things happen rather than sort of just hoping they will. You know, he's trying to get the balls open and just kill these frames off with authority, as he did, of course, in his first match from 1-0 down against Lan Yuhao.
30.
He's one of those players, Ryan Day, you know, he's a bit erratic in terms of form, but everybody on tour, all the other players, knows what he's capable of. He's won 4 ranking titles, been in the top 16. It's just whether he's going to bring it out on any given day. If he does, he can beat anybody.
Yeah, as Dave said earlier, he's ranked 37 these days, Ryan Day. I wonder if he could ever get back in the top 16. He has been as high as number 6 in the world.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you've got to win a tournament, haven't you, really? Or certainly be very consistent. Chris Wakelin, 16, got to the International Championship final, World Quarterfinals. But really, to be a top 16 player, you have to win tournaments. Of course, he has won 4 ranking titles, as I mentioned.
45.
The rankings are based on prize money, and of course, the first prizes are big, so that's going to propel you up the ranking list.
46.
Can't quite believe the cue ball's finished there.
Yes, because on other occasions he struggled to get anything out of the cue ball when using backspin. He certainly did there. Now, humidity can cause all sorts of problems with that. On occasions, you can try and screw back 6 inches, and if it's very humid in the auditorium, you can sometimes screw back 2 feet. Happened to me once in a match here with Ali Carter, I think. Couldn't control the cue ball at all. It was all down to humidity. That cannon worked out very nicely for Ryan Day. You can see the temperature of the table on the temperature gauge there. It's set at 56 degrees centigrade. Good job Ryan's a quick player, otherwise he might be subject to 3rd-degree burns.
No.
Well, someone in pretty hot form at the moment is Yuan Sijun. He's 2-0 up now against Dursun Bakker, so of course he won 3-0 against Carrington. If he wins the next frame, he's won the group. 6 points, no one else can get that many. So that's how you win a group. Just come out, win your first 2 matches. Ryan Day playing the little cannon, and that could well be a frame winner. He's already 65 in front, so just a couple more pots needed. And well, all Yichen has done in this frame is break off. He left a red, didn't he? That thin cut to the middle.
66.
That's all he's going to do.
Ryan Day is showing what a great break builder that he is. He's cleverly manoeuvred the balls into ideal positions. And he is one of these players that tries to make things happen. As Dave was saying, you know, he doesn't mind taking a positional risk if it's to his benefit. Judd Trump does that a lot. He's willing to take a risk positionally. If a certain cannon doesn't work out, it might spell the end of a break, but he knows that if it does work out, he can win in the frame, and that's why these top players are willing to take those chances.
80.
Doesn't look like this group will come down to high breaks, but even so, you've got a chance to make a second century of the day. Made 22 last season, which is plenty. Obviously, it's not Judd Trump territory, but what is? 107 Judd Trump made. Got the £100,000 bonus at the Crucible, of course.
$95.
Very positive player,
96.
Ryan Day, as I say, trying to make things happen. They've certainly happened for him here, and all his opponent did was break off at the start and just been sat watching. This black then for Ryan Day, second century of the group.
$103.
So guaranteed now 4 points, but of course if he wins the last frame, he'll be on 6. Matthew Stevens on 4, so Ryan Day knows a draw would be sufficient to win the group later. Matthew Stevens would have to beat him. So the next frame for Ryan Day really is big.
111. $113. $160. $120.
This really has been a superb break from Ryan Day. The first red in the left-hand centre pocket that he cut in was easily missed and was risky, which won him the frame.
125. $131.
Black for a total clearance. Yeah, fantastic effort that from Ryan Day. Total clearance of 138. And he is now 1 away from getting to 6 points. He leads 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, they've not been hanging around here. One more frame to go after about 35 minutes play. It's 2-1 to Ryan Day against Yichen. They've each had a century. Ryan Day's just had a 138. That's actually the highest of the week so far. There's no specific high break prize, of course, but it's his second of the day. So he's playing some good stuff, and we saw in the last frame the importance of the break-off shot. He was left a chance, and he took the chance. Some full-blooded efforts here, aren't there? You know, there's not a lot of turning shots down.
Still a lot of pressure on both of these players because you're basically playing the last frame of the match. If Ryan weren't to win it, a 2-2 draw would be particularly good. Well, that's worked out quite nicely, and Intentionally, the cue ball going in behind the yellow pretty much.
Foul. Miss. Round day 4. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. What? You couldn't see that side. No, no, you're right, yeah. No, no, it wasn't there. Because you could see this, but you couldn't see that side, yeah? I'm trying. Can't be, can it? You can't see that side, no? It must have been close. Well,
He seems a little confused here, Rolf Spencer. At the moment, he's got to make sure that there isn't a gap between the yellow and the blue to see the right-hand side of the pack of reds. He couldn't see the right-hand side of the pack of reds.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But because of the shot
Okay. Yeah.
that's being played here, it doesn't really matter on this occasion to get that cue ball absolutely perfect.
Yes, I mean, Hugh seemed very relaxed about all that, didn't he? He was smiling and just readjusted and no problem.
No, it's not touching.
I always think, though, you know, not with every Chinese player, but with some of them, they don't speak a lot of English, and that sort of chat, you're not necessarily going to follow everything that's being said. Of course, the main thing is get the white back in the right place.
Touching that one. Touching. Touching. Yeah, okay. Understand? Yeah, yeah.
Well, Robbie's spelling it out there with a bit of mime.
This one here. Touching ball. Yeah.
Now Ryan could play an attacking safety shot, but you've still got to be so careful not to push a ball towards a corner pocket. Slap on the wrist. A fly landed on his hand there, perhaps. Well, not the best shot by any means from Ryan Day. He's going to have to hope now that the green helps him, and it has. Awkward cueing perhaps for what would have been a possible red to the left corner. Will certainly take this possible red onto the left corner, because there is a path back towards the bulk end of the table for the cue ball. But a long way off. And he certainly hasn't got away with it.
No, and based on the first frame, when Jim made that terrific 120, you'd be a bit concerned, I think. He certainly doesn't lack confidence, does he? You can just tell the way he's sort of striding around the table. But let's see how far he gets here. course, he's not going to win the group, but there's prize money differential depending where you finish, and if you finish 4th, you don't get any money. He's got another match to come against his compatriot Lan Yuhao next.
Digging into the cue ball there to create enough backspin to come down the table nicely for this red. Oh, is he straight enough on it just to miss the cannon on the red below it? He was, and he's on the black, and worrying times now for Ryan Day. He's going to have to hope that Yichen doesn't make the most of this opportunity. There are a good 4 or 5 possible reds still. Certainly eke out a useful advantage in this last of the 4 frames to be played in this match.
12.
Yes, and I think what makes him dangerous is he is unorthodox. You know, you might sort of look at him from your seat and think, well, you know, he doesn't sort of technically not as sort of adept maybe as some players, but if they go in, they go in. He plays it as he plays it. I mean, one of the greats of the sport, Alex Higgins, was not orthodox, was he, in any way? But he won the World Championship twice. Ooh, but whoever you are, you don't want to be missing blacks off the spot.
21.
He just have covered things, though.
I think he has, Dave. He's been very lucky there. Furthermore, though, he has pushed the black to the side cushion. So Ryan is going to play an attacking safety shot here and bring the pink into play. But you never know where the reds are going to finish, and that cue ball needs to stop, and it hasn't. So another chance here for Yichen. Don't expect to see him miss the red to the left corner, but can he get onto a colour? That's going to be the difficulty. Be such a help if he could somehow get rid of that red that's next to the blue to bring the blue into play.
Work to do, clearly, but it would be some result to bounce back after that pretty comprehensive defeat earlier to Matthew Stevens. He only scored 14 points in that match. But that's the beauty of this event. You know, in a normal competition, knockout, he would have lost heavily, might not have had a match for another couple of weeks, maybe a month. But as it is, he's just a couple of hours later, he's back out there playing much better, competing with the top seed in the group, Ryan Day.
Couldn't have played that any better than he has. The position on the pink to the left centre, but nevertheless this is a very missable pot because the cue ball is a good 2.5 feet away from the pink. So good cueing required here. A lot of technical idiosyncrasies, but the strike of the cue ball is lovely and smooth and fluent. And that is so important in snooker.
Good luck.
Well, Yuan Sijun is going to be a 3-0 winner against Alexander Ursenbacher, so that means 2 3-0 wins, 6 points. He can't be caught, even though he's got another match to play. So that is about as comprehensive as you can be to win a group. And well, he's got to play Sanderson Lam later, but he's going to be coming back for the next stage.
Just didn't play that with enough pace. The pink will cut in to the right corner. He's very low on it. And I think that, bearing in mind there's a red near this left corner, I wouldn't suggest he tries to do too much with the cue ball here. He needs to focus on the pot on the pink. He'll have some sort of a shot at that red that's just below the black.
Yichen. 50.
So Ryan Day just 32 behind. Reds everywhere. Just formulating a plan here.
Well, bearing in mind the blue's awkward, the black's on the cushion, I think Ryan must play for the pink here. Now, is the pink spot occupied? Plays for the pink with that red near the cue ball there. Is the pink still available? And that's a dreadful shot from Ryan's point of view. I know he would agree with me. He's not even on the pink. It's a very, very thin cut. Oh, I've got to say, I know Ryan's a wonderful potter, but playing this with the rest, I'm going to say I'll be a little surprised if he knocks this in. This is tough. Dropped in, well played.
Seven. Eight.
I wonder if Ryan, bearing in mind that red is near the left corner, I just wonder if Ryan will try to develop the blue and the red here, knowing that he's got another red he's certain to be on. Well, I actually think he's played for the red next to the blue, but he's just overrun it slightly.
So.
Big moments as well for Matthew Stevens, keeping an eye on this, no doubt, in the players' room. He'd obviously much prefer a draw here, and then he and Day would both be on 4 points going into the last match. If Day wins, then Stevens will have to beat him. The other thing about that is, of course, Matthew Stevens beat Zhu Yichen 3-0 as opposed to 3-1, so on the frame difference he'd have the advantage.
Eight.
He does lead the head-to-heads with Ryan Day by 10 matches to 8. Had a draw as well along the way. Played each other many times over the years, the two Welshmen. Day
24.
will have to think long and hard for a way to get rid of that red next to the blue. Will pot into 2 or 3 pockets. Could have done with being a little further up the table for the pink. Again, he has a chance if he wishes to play a cannon into the red and the blue here. But he's played for the red next to the blue. And if he's on it, it's a bit of a test. It's not straightforward.
32.
Wasn't absolutely clean, was it? But it went in. So it's in his hands, points level.
$37. $38.
Ideal, he's considering the blue. I think the pink's easier from a point of view of getting onto the yellow. But the initial pink with the rest that he knocked into the right corner was the key to setting up the chance of victory here.
$44. $46.
Well, it's been an entertaining match for sure. It's taken just under an hour. But Ryan Day just a couple of balls now from winning it. And it means he will need 2 frames against Matthew Stevens to win this group. Matthew Stevens will have to beat him. That's the last match. Got the all-Chinese affair before that, of course.
50.
Zhu Yichen has played much better than he did against Stevens earlier. Of course, made 120. Ryan Day made a total clearance, 138. Both gone for their shots. In the end, Day's just got more of them. And he'd be relieved. It was if it was not a walk in the park by any means. Could easily have been a draw on another day.
7-2-1 the frame.
But it is Ryan Day who makes the winning clearance. So Ryan Day then a maximum 6 points from his 2 matches, a 3-1 win here, and he'll be back later for the all-Welsh affair, knowing he needs just 2 frames to win this group. Coming up next, Zhu stays on to play Lan Yuhao.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
you lose, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions, you need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready, all we've been doing is competing. Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Four of the 6 matches have been played now in this, the featured group on day 3 of the BetVictor Championship League. It is Group 25, and it will be an all-Welsh shootout in the last match of the day. Matthew Stevens needs to defeat Ryan Day to top the table. A draw for Day will be sufficient to go into Phase 2. As for our next match, it is an all-Chinese affair between Lan Yuhao and Zhu Yichen. One is 38 years of age, the other 16 years of age, playing for the minor placings. This is often the case in this penultimate match in these groups. The 2 lowest seeds not playing for top spot, but of course last night the 5th match was the decisive match because Alfie Burden went into it needing just a single frame to top the table, and he got it. Normally, though, this is for the right who you finish 2nd, 3rd or 4th, as this one will be. So, Dominic, as expected, Day and Stevens will fight to top the table. First, though, it'll be interesting to see whether youth or experience prevails here.
Yes, I haven't seen a lot of Lan Yuhao play because I did his first match and he was, I wouldn't say he was poor, he just didn't get much of a look in. Ryan Day was superb. Of course, he got the 2-all draw against Matthew Stevens. No doubt about it, Zhu Yichen He's a capable player. It was an excellent century of 120 that he made in that match that he witnessed not long ago with Ryan Day. Had a chance to eke out a 2-all draw there, but just a couple of mistakes at crucial times cost him. But he's a bit of a natural. He sees the game well, and he's a capable scorer. So he certainly has some talent.
As for the other table, Dominic, unusual that we know the group winner with 2 matches left. Yichen, perfect record, 2 3-0 wins, and because all of the other matches have been 2-all draws, he's through regardless of how he does against Sanderson Lam in the last match of the day on table 2. So as it stands, 3 top seeds already through to the second phase. Ryan Day will be hoping it's success for him, and 4 top seeds will go through out of 6. Of course, it almost goes without saying that in professional snooker these two had never met. They've just turned professional a little over a week ago. Based on what I saw against Matthew Stevens though, and this applies to both players, I think I would make Lan Yuhao a favourite to win this match. With Ryan Day on 6 points and Matthew Stevens on 4, Yichen knows even if he wins this match, the best he can do is 3rd place in the group. Lan needs a draw to guarantee 3rd. A win, well, it might be something a little better.
Watch Yichen in that previous match with Ryan Day. I could certainly see why he did beat Oliver Brown to qualify for the British Open. Lan Yuhao lost both of his qualifiers last week. 4-1 to Rhian Evans, 5-2 to Zhou Weilong. That was a very good long red. Unfortunate not to finish on a colour though. He could pot the blue, but he's so hampered with his cueing. I'd be surprised to see him take it on, but looking at it, I think this is too risky. Oh, that's a great pop. Really, really awkward cueing.
The shot of a 16-year-old in a 3rd and 4th place playoff. I think it's fair to say.
Sam. Lan Yuhao, 7.
There's no reason for this, it's pure coincidence, but if you've been watching us over the course of the first 3 days, I think you will be in agreement with me. We've seen an awful lot of blues missed off the spot to the middle pockets. Now that wasn't the easiest, but we've seen blues of all varieties missed.
Yes, it was quite awkward positionally as well, that blue. I'm surprised he took it on.
The most simple blue we saw missed. Zhao Hanyang, another rookie from China. It was absolute dolly shot. Had he potted it and one more ready, he would have won 3-1 against Yao Peng Cheng. Instead, it was a 2-all draw, and eventually Yao topped the group. And Zhao Hanyang, from being a potential group table topper himself, ended up last. Now, that was a complete hash, wasn't it, of a safety shot.
1.
You wanted to be straight on the black, just to run the cue ball off the side cushion for the red just above the pink into the left corner, but we'll have to just drop it in very slowly if he still wants to play that. Interesting to note as well, he's using the old variety of chalk, Yichen, and it causes all sorts of problems with kicks and chalk marks on the table, etc, etc.
Yeah, that'll make him popular. Not. Users of traditional chalk on the circuit these days are very small in number.
Nine.
Well, he's an attacking player, Yichen. I wonder if he'll attempt the yellow or the green here. Good pot. Break continues. Pink and black are in open play. See one of the chalk marks there left by the chalk of Yichen. You won't see that with the modern variety of chalk. It doesn't adhere to the cloth at all, and that's why kicks have almost been completely eradicated from snooker.
Well, he just about got where he wanted to be. Yeah, there was one match that sticks in my mind from last season that reminded us, certainly reminded me of how much chalk can be put on a table. It was the semi-final of the Golden Ball event in Saudi Arabia. Kyron Wilson against Luca Brissell. And at the end of the match, because Brissell was using traditional chalk, at the end of the match, the table was just festooned. And Wilson wasn't best pleased.
Nicely played. It's a little unfortunate though that red has finished so close to the black, tying it up. But the red to the left of the cue ball will certainly cut into this corner pocket. But control of the cue ball won't be straightforward. That's the only problem with this. It's such a thin cut. One
thing I'll say about Zhu, he seems to have a pretty good eye for the game. You can never call him orthodox in terms of his technique, but he knocks them in.
25. $26.
You'll probably notice here he grips the cue a long way down the butt. One of those players who his cue seems almost a little too tall for him.
Well, that's finished awkwardly. The two sets of reds near the pink spot. I don't know if one of them's available into this right corner or not. Oh, unfortunate. I think he was playing for one of the reds into the left-hand centre there. It was a good effort. The pace was nice, but the line was just slightly misjudged.
Lan Yuhao.
Nevertheless, it's a useful lead in this first frame of potentially 4.
Yeah, I think he had a little bit of unwanted side on that cue ball after potting the yellow.
Now, the two reds near the black spot are they plant to this corner pocket. Yichen hasn't looked at them. Oh, that's fortunate.
Foul and a miss for Yichen.
Now that was quite a big target actually, those 3 reds towards the top cushion. But Lan left the cue ball well short, so red goes to middle.
1.
And Zhu's fortune is about to pay a dividend.
He just needs to leave himself slightly high on this pink to the left corner, so as to be able to take the cue ball into the 3 reds. That looks perfect.
8.
When it comes to break building, he doesn't exactly follow accepted patterns, does he? But he is natural, and I think, well, he's already won one match in a qualifier, so I think we'll see him pop up occasionally this season. And of course, he's around for next as well.
So Yichen, 14.
I mentioned before the 2 reds near the black spot that they could be a plant to this right corner, and no one's looked at them yet. Oh, it's still there if it is a plant. I'll just wait if one of the players will look at them, and look at them there, they don't look far away. There have been about 3 or 4 occasions when this plant could have been played but hasn't been. Well, you couldn't miss it.
And extraordinarily, that's the second time today you've spied a plant, Dom, well in advance of the 2 players. Originally, that happened in the Matthew Stevens Zhu Yichen match.
Six. Lan Yuhao, 6.
Nice shot choice, protecting a 34 points lead by pushing the black to the cushion. I think he's got a good snooker brain, Zhu Yichen. He's been around a lot longer, of course. He's 22 years the senior of his opponent, Lan Yuhao.
It is a consolation match, but there's still plenty of money involved, and I can tell you on table 2, Stuart Carrington has taken a 1-0 lead over Alexander Ersenbacher.
One.
Yeah, I think Zhu Yichen, he's the kind of player, you wouldn't fancy him losing a money match down at the club. He's got all the smarts, he's got a really good eye for the game, as I said before. And he certainly doesn't hang around.
$13. $19. $20. $25. $27.
I wasn't impressed when he played Matthew Stevens. I'm warming to him. He's one of those
30.
hustling, bustling players around the table.
$34. $39.
I think with Zhu Yichen, it's not a case of first impressions being accurate.
45. $52.
Lovely 52 clearance. And with that, the older player of the two, considerably older, takes a 1-0 lead.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
This is snooker, not boxing, but to draw an analogy, we're currently watching the undercard before the main prize fight for group number 1 status between Matthew Stevens and Ryan Day. That's coming up next. First, will Zhu Yichen defeat youngster Lan Yuhao?
Yes, and because of Matthew Stevens' draw with Lan Yuhao, he will need to beat Ryan Day 3-0 or 3-1 to advance. He does lead their head-to-head by 10 matches to 8 with a draw. They've played each other numerous times. Looking forward to that one. Early chance here for the young Chinese. Tricky red though, if he rolls it in, it could be missed.
One. Four. Five.
John Pellew just asking for a little more time to put the pink back nearest its own spot in a direct line towards the black spot, because the pink spot and indeed
Thank you.
all of the others
11.
taken.
$12.
And it's very useful that the pink has been respotted there, because it's still available into the right corner. I think he's missed a bit of a trick there. He should have been playing for the red near the
17.
black spot to free up the black spot area, so once the black's then potted, it's available.
18.
And now he's going to struggle to keep the break going. He's going to have to go into the reds here, and there's no guarantee that they'll split well. He's on that red that's occupying the black spot now, but with completely the wrong angle. The cue ball will be cannoning into the pink. There's no guarantee he'll finish on anything here. Plus, of course, from where the cue ball is, this pot's missable.
$24. Lan Yuhao, 24.
Yeah, one of those shots that you don't really fancy.
One. Yichen, 1.
Surprised he missed that pot on the black. I like the idea of screwing back the red next to the blue from it though. Is this in? Certainly is. Held the cue ball well. There are a couple of loose reds he could play for here, but he also has the option to go into them from green or brown. Black out of commission for the time being.
Six. Lan Yuhao, 6.
Well, in some instances, getting a position like that is more troublesome than getting a snooker. Horrible queuing over the green. All things taken into account, he did very well there.
One.
Nice pot on the yellow, but in potting this next red to the right corner, the cue ball will be cannoning into the pink. Now he can play the cannon well and develop the pink and push it towards the left corner.
Four.
Struck the cue ball too low, simple as that. Wanted more stun than screw.
10. Lan Yuhao, 10.
Nothing wrong with that shot choice. Either had to develop the loose red or develop the 4 reds together, and I think he's played the right shot there. But that's not a bad reply. It puts a little bit of pressure on Lan Yuhao. This red is possible into the right corner, but it's a risky one. Could be costly if he misses it.
Yeah, Tom, you said could be costly. I'll extend that now to should be costly. And Lan's lead only 39 points. It could easily evaporate at this visit.
One.
Let me quickly tell you, Alexander Ersenbacher is now back on level terms against Stuart Carrington at 1-1.
Seven.
Wow, No obvious stumbling blocks that potentially could lay ahead for Yichen here. A potential path to a 2-0 lead. 2 reds together just above the pink. Bottom one will pop into the right corner. That would free the one above it. Black is a little awkward, but that won't matter. He won't need it.
Well, you can't legislate for that, can you? The most rudimentary of pink balls missed. So all Lan needs here in a low scoring frame, the pink and one more red.
Sam. Eight.
I think Zhu will concede anyway, but certainly if the last red goes
14.
in.
15.
There is definitely potential in there, Dominic.
20. 22.
Yes, he has a nice straight cue action, a good technique, stays pretty still on the shot. It takes many years to
25.
learn the game of snooker, to learn what shot to play and when and why, and he'll learn that along the way.
29. 34. 40. 40 on the
It wasn't a frame to write home about, but Lan Yuhao with a 40 clearance to pink seals it and consequently draws level at 1 frame each.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
This match and one more to come today on Table 1.
Thank you.
in the BetVictor
Good.
Championship League. This
Two
is
one,
Group
Chambers.
25. The table topper will be Welsh. We know that. It will be either Ryan Day or Matthew Stevens. They're at blast. This match will determine who finishes fourth, third, and maybe second. If Zhu Yichen wins the match, or it's a 2-all draw, then at the very least, Stevens and Day would be guaranteed second place.
Nicely played safety shot there. He's just developed a few reds, which puts a little bit more pressure on the safety shot. Dealt with it well, especially as the pink looks to be blocking off the right-hand side of the table. Having said that, the red that Lan Yuhao has just played has become pottable with a chance to take the cue ball around the back of the black spot and away to bulk. He's missed the red. Needs a bit of luck now. Oh, that was the worst kiss ever. Straightest pot to the left centre shouldn't be a problem.
One.
Lan would need a lot to go right, but if he can win this match 3-1, he would go to 4 points. You would then need Ryan Day to defeat Matthew Stevens 3-0, and he could sneak into second. It's unlikely, but you can't discount it.
Well,
it's just checking to see if an unlikely gap has presented itself to be able to play the red above the black. Can you see enough of it? You could. I think that was fortunate.
13.
Couldn't have possibly played for that gap, surely.
$20. $21.
Got to be worth a consideration. As regards going into the pack of reds here with the angle that he has on the black, it's perfect. But there are still numerous reds in open play. $28. $29. $36.
37. $44.
Couple of reds you could play for from the black.
45.
There's quite an angle on the black, so I don't think he'll play for the red that's closer to the left corner now. He's looking at the pink to see if that's more advantageous. If he did play the black, he'd probably go into the reds because, as I say, he's quite high on it. He's trying to hold for the red, closest to the pocket it would seem. Managed it, but the problem is he was so high on the black he couldn't get close to this red. So he just needs to be a little careful here. 52. It's missable.
$53.
Yeah, Dom was smack on there. It was missable, especially when you hit it as crisply as that. Now that was a little loose, that shot. He tried to come
60
away and outside. Didn't want to make contact with the red, but it's perfectly okay.
Oh, this could be awkward. Played that very
61.
well. Managed to get the pace into the shot as well for good position on the black. And, well, he just needs this black and one more red to take a 2-1 lead and guarantee at least a point.
$68. $69.
Looks to be on the red to the left centre,
56.
okay. Just. Oh, he's looking at a plant. Has he found a plant? He's found a plant.
77.
Well, he's done enough now to guarantee at worst a draw, and so he will finish
54.
at worst in third. £1,000 earned. Next target
55.
to make his second century as a member of the main tour. Last week against Zhou Yulong in the Wuhan Open qualifiers, he had 114. So his personal best could go quite easily.
He's only 16
91.
years old, Lan Yuhao, but he's already pretty tall. An ideal height for snooker is
92.
anything from 5'10" to maybe 6'1" or 2. But you never know. He's got 5 years growing left in him yet. Could be 6'6" by the time he's finished.
Use the rest once a decade.
99.
Very good.
100.
Just a week and a bit as a pro, and already he's made a couple of centuries.
107. 108. $115.
Well, if he clears up
17.
142, that would be the highest break of the tournament so far.
$120.
He's got a touch of Sidrahui, can't say his name, Sidrahui about him, this young fellow. Similar tempo, confident player. And what a break this has been.
Yeah, confidently and speedily compiled.
142.
142. A new personal best for Lan Yuhao. That was full of potential. He's got bags of it. And in this match he leads 2-1. He will be, at the very least, third in the group.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Have we just seen the first glimpse of future stardom?
Thank you for frame.
Lan Yuhao, 142 total clearance to take a 2-1 lead over Zhu Yichen. So Don, when you were 16, could you have made it a 142 on telly? Were you that advanced?
Oh, that's a very good question. I think my highest break as a 15-year-old, because I was in the school magazine. I think I made a break of 136 as a 15-year-old, but yeah, of course it wasn't televised. I don't think I made my first 147 till I was in my early 20s. So I mean, yeah, a lot of these players are well in advance of myself in terms of ability and scoring potential. Of course, I come from an entirely different era.
Back in the 50s, the highest ever break by an amateur was established out of the blue by someone who I subsequently got to know really well. His name was Gilbert Cox, and he was from my town, actually, Cradley Heath in the West Midlands. And the remarkable story is that his high break as an amateur, was only beaten, actually, by Joe Johnson many years later. But this is the thing. Gilbert's high break was in the 70s, and he went to a 1-4-1, like that, straight through. Now, anyone who plays this game understands just how remarkable that is. I asked him once, how did you do it? Because obviously, that's a massive leap. That's like a runner doing the 100 metres in 14 seconds and then suddenly doing it in 10 and a half. And he said, I just kept potting. I never thought about it. Having seen the way that Lan Yuhao took those balls, he's made a total clearance umpteen times, it's quite clear. Almost second nature.
Well, that was a beautifully struck cue ball. In went the red, controlled the cue ball beautifully. Now, if you were to pot the black, you could cannon that red away from the black spot, and he'd be on the red that's closest to the black. I don't know why he wants to play the brown. But he's played it well.
Yeah, he plays unconventionally.
5.
And I think going forward this season, that might serve him well, because he could surprise opponents by the way he goes about things.
I don't know why he's played for the black now. The black spot's tied up. It'll have to go on the pink spot if that's available. Let's just see where this black gets respotted. Does it go on the blue spot? See, it goes on the pink spot. It's completely tied up.
13.
So why pot the black there?
Can tell you, by the way, on table 2, Stuart Carrington 2-1 up on Alexander Ersenbacher. If you're just joining us, the winner of that group is already known. It is Yuan Sejun, who has started out with 2 3-0 wins, and he's unassailable at the top.
By removing that red, the black is available into the right centre and the left corner, but awkward to keep getting onto, with the black being on the pink spot.
$28. Yichen, 28. One. Yichen, 1.
Well, the brown was a big shot to attempt, and now it could lead to a big loss of points.
1.
Well, the black will go back onto its spot shortly. Has he screwed the cue ball back far enough here? Potted the black slightly on the thick side. Oh, he's okay. There's another red that pots. Now, he doesn't want to be playing the red closest to the cue ball. Ideally, can't get on the black from it. But he could just get through to his intended red.
9.
With the angle on the black, he has a good angle to go into the reds here, and they're guaranteed to split okay. Decided not to, though. The only reason I said that is because he's still 13 points behind,
16.
and he probably will need to go into the reds at some point. And this is where you would go into them if you had the
17.
angle on the black, because you should be on the red that's closest to the black to the left corner as a fail-safe. But he's probably too straight on the black. You won't be able to go into the reds.
$24. $25.
Got to go into the reds now, surely. Not with too much pace. That's perfect. If he's not on the red, that's just simply bad luck. But he is on the red closest to the pink. It's not the ideal red to be on, but I think he'll take it.
$33.
Maybe okay on the brown, just to stun down for the top red of that little group by the pink spot.
$37. $38. $45.
I think he's got the ingredients of a very good player.
Yes, no doubt about it, Phil. Completely agree with you. He's certainly got something, this young man.
46.
And you consider he's just 16 years of age. He keeps his head, puts the hours in, and takes advice on the right people. He could be a real force in the game later on. Blue hasn't gone in, just has a lead of 17 points.
Lan Yuhao, 46.
Still anybody's frame, Phil.
Yeah, because of that awkward red, and he was very conscious of it. He wasn't down on the shot like he normally is, and I think that contributed to the blue being missed. I think he put some left-hand side on the cue ball.
One.
Good pot on the black to screw back to give himself a chance of the red, which is possible to both far left corner and far left centre. Oh, it's a good pot.
9.
He's certainly got a bit of an eye for a pot, Yichen. Choice here of pink or green, really, if he wants to get onto the remaining red. He could play the pink around the angles. The green's a slightly more difficult pot. Bit of a mess of it, and it has given Lan Yuhao a chance of the red to the centre pocket. The green's waiting for him. Could win in the match if it goes in.
And remember, although he's already secured third place in the group, Lan, if he can win this frame and therefore the match, and Ryan Day could beat Matthew Stevens 3-0, then Lan would finish in second place.
Four.
And his stock has risen after that.
Wow, that was a terrific cutback to pot the red. Problem is, it was so thin you couldn't control the keyboard, but he's been very unlucky to going off. Green to brown, a big problem now because this green is very straight. And you won't be able to reach it easily, even with the rest. But he does have a 14 points lead, just green and brown required.
Five. Nine.
What a good pot. What a good pot, considering it was frame ball.
Lan Yuhao. 9.
So requiring one snooker. Zhu Yichen quite correctly carrying on. He is going to be the wooden spoonist in the group, regardless of whether he can pull off a great escape or not, but he's playing for others.
Just a little bit of an experience exhibited there by Lan, playing the shot that he just played. Gave Zhu Yichen a great opportunity to stun him behind the black there. He's lucky that he didn't manage it. Only needs to just drop the blue towards the pocket, either in the pocket or over it.
He will learn after a bitter lesson somewhere. All immaterial now.
11. 3 match.
The pink is powered in. Lan Yuhao defeats Zhu Yichen 3-1. And of course the highlight was his 142 total clearance. The 16-year-old will be third in this group. He could possibly finish in second place. Next, it is the group decider, Ryan Day against Matthew Stevens, an all-Welsh affair to decide who goes through.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulus, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of the guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
So we're just moments away from the decisive match here on table 1 today, this group decider. And there's the table, which tells you that with Ryan Day on 6 points, Matthew Stevens 4. Day needs to win 2 frames here. He needs a draw to win the group. Matthew Stevens has to beat him. He has to get to 3. So it's going to be a very interesting hour or so. Clearly Matthew needs to make a good start. If he loses the first frame, then he's got no leeway at all. Been a very entertaining group this, and of course the 2 Chinese players have played their part, with Lan Yuhao in 3rd position in that table, so he will get prize money. Yichen does not, of course, finish in bottom position, but he did make that century against Ryan Day and has entertained us for sure. But this is now, as I say, the key match. 2 people who know each other very well, good friends, first played against each other on tour back in 2007. But as I say, Phil, it's important for Matthew Stevens to start well. If he loses frame 1, then he really is up against it.
Yeah, very much so, and his position in 2nd place isn't locked down yet. Let's hope that the match is as close as their head-to-head. 6-6 it is in all competitions outside of the Championship League. They have played 6 times in either the invitation or ranking version of the Championship League. Stevens leads 4-2 in those contests. They played a quarter-final of the World Championship in 2012. Stevens prevailing 13-5.
Well, Well, Matthew Stevens first in, just needs this cue ball to hold up, which it's going to. So, I say, looking to make a good start. It's a terrific pot. Yeah, there was a big last frame, wasn't there, against Lan Yuhao? He could have won that, and he would have been very much in the driving seat because he won his first match 3-0, but wasn't to be. So he knows the position. He's got to win this match. And that means, of course, he comes back for the second stage.
4.
Yeah, familiar refrain with that closing frame against Lan. He missed the last red using the rest.
Five.
Let's put it this way, whoever comes through, the second phase will be enhanced by their presence. 2 proper players.
Lem.
It seemed his first thought was to try and get into the reds with a red already available, but he just didn't fancy it, so we'll have to split them soon to continue.
Nineteen.
It's already a big shot, really, in this match, this. Well, he's worked out very nicely. He played it with control, didn't he? He didn't sort of blast into them and hope for the best.
24.
Could not really have worked out much better in terms of continuing. With a few reds out in the open, you can sort of pick them off and build a nice lead here in this frame.
25.
Scoring-wise, he had breaks of 70 and 71 in that 3-0 win over Yichen. And a clear opportunity to make a frame-winning break right here.
$33.
Just left this a little awkward in terms of queuing.
Yeah, one of those, if you're trickling this in, it's tough enough, but when you've got to impart some pace, and he has, it's even tougher. That was beautifully done. Beautifully done.
I was saying earlier today, he's of course won his 2 qualifiers so far this season, just in the last week or so, Wuhan Open and British Open. So he's come here, I'm sure, feeling positive about things. He got trips to Wuhan and indeed Cheltenham to look forward to in those events. Will he be coming back to Leicester in a couple of weeks' time? And we've got to win this match if he is to win the group.
Yeah, the winner of the group gets into Group H in the second phase. Don't know who's
46
going to be playing him.
$47. 54.
What you'll see from Stevens, you'll see from all of the seasoned
55.
top players, they play zonal position when it comes to break building. If you're not on one, you'll be on the other. That's the theory. Although here, he is on the incorrect side of the blue. But the ease with which he moved the cue ball around the table there was really impressive.
60.
A couple more reds should do it.
$61.
Started with the long red. The split was really nicely controlled, as I mentioned. So just a question of tidying up here. As I say, needs another red. It should be 1-0 to him.
$64. $65.
Superb contribution from Matthew Stevens. It's a disappointing end to the season. Just gone. He lost 10-9 in the final round of
72.
qualifying for the World Championship at Judgment Day to Wu Yize. Very dramatic
73.
end to the match it was, but that's all in the past. As I say, he's made a good start to this season.
Yes, and Wu Yize is our top seed in the featured group on table 1 tomorrow.
Well, the red stays out, but it was a crisp 80 from Matthew Stevens. So this group getting tighter and tighter. Remember, Day can afford a draw. Stevens has to win, and Stevens leads 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, this group could yet come down to one last frame. If Matthew Stevens were to lead 2-1, it would be a straight shootout. At the moment, it's 1-0 to him. He needs to win the match. Ryan Day needs 2 frames, but he needs 2 frames now from just a possible 3. And it's not even losing the frame, it's how it was won. Matthew Stevens needed 1 chance, didn't he? Knocked a long red in, made an 80 break. That was that.
And by winning that first frame, there was something definitive. It means that even if he loses 3-1, Stevens will be in second place in the group. So Lan Yuhao now certain to be third, Zhu Yichen fourth.
He sort of knew that was going to be in.
Rallye.
It made progress towards the pocket. So Stevens not that red in at the start of the last frame. Ryan Day also a terrific long potter. Very open table, so there's danger lurking here.
So now it's just a matter of Day knocking in a good opening red and being right in amongst them. Yeah, I just had a feeling about that one, though, that he might miss, because he knew there was so much on the table there. So that in itself created pressure.
One.
Yeah, it's just a very different match now because it's a straight decider. The sort of jostling for position is over. It's all down to this match. Matthew Stevens needing to get to 3 frames, Ryan Day 2, but if he goes 2-0 down, then he becomes second favourite.
5. Six.
Loads of side to widen the angle off the ball cushion in particular. He's trying to take a leaf out of Matthew Selt's book. Selt won his 2 qualifiers last week and topped his group yesterday. Stevens would love to do the same.
9. 10.
Matthew S. That's the key to success, it seems. Selt and possibly Stevens.
Has won the other version, the established invitation
15.
version back in 2011. Sean Murphy in the final.
16.
Looking though, we were talking earlier about, you know, he's won one ranking title, and there's other players arguably not as good who've won more. But from the 7 finals in ranking events he lost, these are the players he lost to: John Higgins, Mark Williams twice, Ronnie O'Sullivan, Sean Murphy, Neil Robertson and Mark Allen. They're not exactly, you know, players there's any embarrassment about losing to.
Yeah, really good point. And actually, it's a very similar point to make about Jack Lozowski. His ranking finals have always been against absolute giants.
Yeah, Trump, Selby and Robertson. Jack will be here next week.
22.
Just looking now to get back nicely in position here, wrong side of the blue. Kewell just hasn't quite travelled as far as he was hoping.
27.
Yeah, he plays that shot a lot, and he normally plays it well. Normally with a little more zip on the white in terms of side. Not a lot seemed to happen off the ball cushion. No, that was really well recovered. I'm glad he didn't screw it off. That would have been a little cruel.
Stuart Carrington has beaten Alexander Ursambaka 3-1 on table 2. That group already has been won by Yuan Si-jun, who's got one more match to play against Sanderson Lam, but he's 2-3 nils because we had a couple of draws. So Carrington has actually moved on to 4 points there.
33.
Sanderson Lam can get second though if he were to beat Yuan Si-jun. I guess the best time to play him is when he's already won the group. So if Sanderson Lam wins that, he will go to 5 points. He'll finish second.
$34. $39. $40. Matthew Stevens, 40.
Well, that was a missed blue out of the blue. No possible reason to miss that other than maybe a slip in concentration. It was a real howler.
One.
Well, it was one of those nasty cutbacks, and well, hasn't finished on the black. He can't really afford to sort of push the boat out here. This is a big match for him because he's been here all day. He'd be very disappointed not to win the group now, particularly playing Matthew Stevens, who he has so much respect for. So just the safety.
Brilliant day. One.
Wales, of course, has such a proud history. Sadly, last year we lost two absolute legends of Welsh snooker, Ray Reardon and Terry Griffiths, world champions. I know Mark Williams, the other Welsh world champion, was inspired to try and become the oldest champion by those two this year. Of course, lost to Xiao Xingtong in the final ultimately. Yeah, he was slightly hampered, wasn't he? And now he'll be concerned because 35, the lead for Matthew Stevens. And an easy starter to try and bring this frame home.
One.
On day one, because of the excessive heat, the table did deteriorate a little towards the end of the day. Not the case now. I think it's running beautifully, as it has done all day. Caught Stevens out there. The cue ball came very close to running on too far.
3. Four.
In an ideal world, he wanted to be snugly on the pink, but the cue ball has journeyed on too much. So blue, yes, it's an easy potting alternative, but position, an entirely different matter. Yeah, that's what happens. The cue ball trapped off the ball cushion and came up well short.
9.
Well, he's taking a second look at this plant. The way he's approaching it with the distance between the two reds, it's not a certainty by any means, but it's in nicely. In very nicely indeed, with a lovely kiss attached.
Yeah, so we'll need another red now, and it'll be 2-0. And as I say, he'll be favourite because suddenly he would only need one frame, whereas Ryan Day would actually need to win the last two. Well, just flicked the blue, but he landed on the red all the same. Just grazed that blue.
13.
But this for 2-0.
14.
Notice this generation of players in their late 40s, they don't make a song and dance about apologising for flukes because they've had so much bad running as well over the years. Not just flukes, but bits of running. Anyway, he's playing the better snooker, that's the bottom line, and that's why Matthew Stevens is now favourite to win this group. Ryan Day, I think he's coming back, but 54 behind with 43 on, so needs 3 snookers.
Yeah, he's just in the free ball zone, isn't he? He can get one snooker and a free ball and pull this out of the fire.
I think it's had it been match one of the day, probably wouldn't have, but you know, it's a very important match now, obviously.
1.
Well, this has got to go in, otherwise it will be a second session, I'm sure.
Eight. Ryan Day, 8.
I apologise in advance because I have mentioned this on numerous occasions, but I think it is pertinent here. Never forget when Ryan Day beat Marco Fu in the semi-final of the World Grand Prix. 1-1 frame, needing 4 snookers. One happens a lot. 2, yeah, it crops up. Maybe 3, but 4, that's a big ask.
Yeah, and I mean, against Marco Fu, it seemed unlikely. Matthew Stevens, again, you know, very experienced, unlikely to sort of play rash shots in this position. Well, you don't want to pop the red really because of that free ball, but can't afford to leave it on either. He's forced into it, and yeah, not impressed there, Ryan Day. So a nightmare start for him. Matthew Stevens needs one more frame, and he is the group winner.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's there. The king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So it's 2-0 to Matthew Stevens, and he needs one frame. Ryan Day's going to have to win them both, and he's going to have to improve pretty rapidly. He's not really shown much yet in this match. On the other table, Yuan Si-jun, not only has he won 2 matches by 3-0 scorelines, but this is live in frame 1 against Sanderson Lam. He's with a chance to make a maximum. Would be the first of the season, and I guess more importantly, his first in competition. His highest break 145. So it's underlining what an unbelievable day he's had. Can he make a maximum here in frame 1?
18.
One obvious awkward red, but the rest of them, why not? And off the 13th red might have the ability to dislodge the awkward one. That would have been too much of a risk, of course, knocking them down the rail well within his capabilities.
Had 15 last season, that's a record in a single season. Of course, Jackson Page had 2 in a match, Mark Allen had 1 at the Crucible. So we'll stay on this. They've started frame 3, a big frame on table 1, but this red that Phil was talking about, he's got all the long stuff out, so this is a big, big shot if he's going to make it. Everything else is there, you've got to say, if this goes in. No, he knew straight away that was not going in. So 104. Loads of people watching would love to make a 104 break, but Yuan Sijun had a lot more on his mind. No maximum, but he's played 7 frames today and won them all. Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel has that match, but you could see the disappointment. That red was racing. It could have finished absolutely anywhere. Didn't exactly stick it up. He could have left an easy pot on. The omens were good there for Yuan Sijun because Rob Spencer, the referee, refereed more than anyone else. He's the man to have in your corner, or rather in the middle.
Didn't know that, Dave. That's a very nice little nugget. I know the terminology of the referees always amuses me. I've had 10, they say, or I've had 12. No, you've had none, actually.
Well, he's potted the red, but his black is thin. He potted a pink, actually, in an earlier match tonight against Yichen. It's actually more difficult than this, but this is a more pressurised situation. But in it goes.
Eight.
A shot that was very much part of the modern game. Reds well apart, but prepared to take it on. I think he was concentrating so much on knocking it in that he forgot about the cue ball. Yeah. We've seen that cut-back black missed thick so often over the course of the first 3 days, and Ryan Day falls victim to it.
So Matthew Stevens gets his first chance to win this group.
I actually feel obliged to put the record straight about referees in 147s. As you well know, Dave, there was a referee who did make a 147 many moons ago from the Bristol area, Bob Chandler. Good guy, good player.
8.
Yeah, he was a lovely man, Bob. Rob Spencer's referee 12 for the record so far.
$14. 15.
always the danger playing that shot. If you catch the pack a little too thick, the cue ball doesn't move through as far as you want it to. Yes, the pink is still available, but it's really thin, really awkward, and hard to reach. So the alternative, brown to middle, definitely the way forward. It wasn't the choice of shot that was incorrect there, it was the way he played it.
One. Four. Ryan Day, 4.
Well, that was nowhere near the target, Dave. Doesn't bode well.
Can you guess?
Yeah, I mean, it may have been a bad contact, but I think in general, Ryan Day's performance has dipped as the day's gone on. The first match, lost the first frame, played 3 outstanding frames, including a century. Started slowly against Yichen, although he did make a 1-3-8 in that match. Did win the match, but in this one, he's been nowhere near the level we know he can play at. It was the point I was making to Dominic actually earlier today. He's not only inconsistent, Ryan Day, he can be inconsistent within actual tournaments, actual matches at times. Slightly awkward here in terms of the queuing. Very cleanly struck though, that was.
1.
And Matthew Stevens will be picking up on the fact that Day isn't really putting him under the pressure he needs to. Now then, is he on this red to middle?
7.
It was difficult to generate enough pace off 2 cushions there to go into the bunch and split them nicely. Yes, they might have opened up, but it was always touch and go.
Talking fractions here between possibly being able to win this match or having to wait for another chance. Well, it did go and he hasn't potted it.
Matthew Stevens, 7.
Couldn't agree more, by the way, about Day's inconsistency. Classic example was when he won the British Open. Although he won his semi-final against Robbie Williams, it was a terrible match, really low quality. And you thought, well, there's no way he's going to win the final, and he played some really good stuff to triumph.
Yeah, there was that Tour Championship match where he made a maximum and a 16 red clearance in the same match. I mean, you know, that's, no one in the history of the game has done that before. So that's what he's capable of. Another big shot here, and he knew it was in. He played it well. Nicely done. So, Ryan Day. Remember, if he wins this frame, then the whole group comes down to the last frame. And we're not pretending this is the World Championship. It's not the biggest event on the calendar. But when you've been here all day, and you're waiting to play, and you're coming to the last match favourite, needing just 2 frames, it would be a big disappointment, I think, if he were to go home and not be coming back for the next stage. Certainly if he lost 3-0.
Yeah, in the Championship League, if you have a good run in it, it can lead to big things. few years back in the Invitation Championship League, Ryan Day had a very unusual accomplishment. He was top prize money earner in the tournament and he didn't win it. Played in a whole succession of groups.
Well, only Ali Carter has played in more editions. He's played in every one, actually, Ali, by the time he plays in this one. 25 out of 25. Ryan Day's played in 24. The one he didn't play in, he couldn't get in because his ranking had slipped. He'd have been here otherwise.
16.
Meanwhile, Yuan Jones made another century. Of course, that 104 he was hoping would be a maximum, but just a superb display today from him. He actually, I don't think he'd mind me saying, because players at the end of tournaments can request a set of balls, and he actually requested this set of balls at the end of the day, but of course the tournament's not over today. But you can understand why he wants to keep them.
23.
$123, the clearance next door. Very different vibe over there. It's all a procession. 2-0 to Yuan Jun. This table, of course, a lot more tense.
$27.
I'm sure Matthew Stevens doesn't share this opinion, but it's been a really good group, this, actually, for a number of reasons, and I think it would be fitting to go down to the last frame. Caught that blue not quite as accurately as he wanted to, and for a while he was concerned he might have botched position. But he can get through to the red, 2 below the black.
$34. $41.
So, it looks like a final frame shootout. Done well here because things weren't going his way earlier on and just wasn't finding anything, but he's found it here when he mattered. So this frame ball for 2-1, and it means whoever wins the last frame wins the group. Simple as that.
49.
Of course, they've staged the shootout here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester,
50.
And that's what we've got now for you in the last frame.
Yeah, one minor difference, they won't be playing at 15 in 10 seconds a shot, but with these two they won't be hanging around either.
58. $61.
And this just underlines what Dave was saying, the inconsistency of Day.
Ryan Day, 60
within a match.
on the frame.
So, great drama and excitement here because Ryan Day and Matthew Stevens are down to the wire. Whoever wins the next frame wins the group.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, when the draw came out for this group, Ryan Day and Matthew Stevens, it always looked like it would come down to their last match. It's coming down to their last frame. Matthew Stevens 2-1 up, and we'll have that live for you shortly. What about Yuan Sijun, meantime? He's won every frame played today. 2-3-0s and 2-0 up here with 2 centuries. Chance to make a third one to complete just a perfect day. And I guarantee he'll still be disappointed not to make that maximum, even though, you know, you can't do better than to win every frame you play to make centuries. You could see the disappointment. He missed that tricky red down the cushion on 104, but let's hope he makes the century here. And that will be a fine display. 104, 123 already in this match. Sanderson Lam has potted just 1 ball. The only good news really for Sanderson Lam is that because he got 2 points, he will finish third, so he will get prize money and ranking points. It's going to be Alexander Ursenbacher finishing in bottom position. So match ball. Absolutely superb. And he'll be a handful when he comes back, won't he, for stage 2.
68.
Amazing, I think he dropped off the tour, had to come back on, but so often when that happens to players, they're a lot stronger. But the real drama, of course, is here on table 1. Matthew Stevens to break. Winner takes all now in this frame. Whoever wins the frame is our group winner.
Yeah, Yuan Sijun, the 3rd top seed so far to reach the last 32. Ryan Day needs to win this frame to make it 4 top seeds through to second phase. Well, minimum this is a frame for £2,000. Finish second in the group, you get 2,000. If you win the group, it's 3 plus a guarantee of another 1,000 in phase 2. But of course, with the possibility of earning considerably more than that.
Matthew Stevens studies this. Yichen next door needs a red for a third century in 3 frames. He's knocked it in. Quite incredible. And the thing is, you know, he's already won the group. He didn't need to sort of do anything really, but he's come out, he's played a brilliant match. He's had a brilliant day. The performance of the week so far, without question, as Matthew Stevens knocks the red in.
Yes, and unusually for the Championship League, normally behind closed doors, the Yichen matches had a spectator, Sanderson Lam.
104, 123, 106, 3-0 Yichen. Perfect day, but of course we're focusing very much on this table. Matthew Stevens first in.
Eight. Nine.
The shot to nothing plan just about crept in off the near jaw, and the cue ball stopped just about in time for availability of green. Catching the bump of the middle pocket wasn't in the plan, but it could have been a whole lot worse. In fact, it's worked out decently.
13.
And given
20.
The way the balls are, I was about to say
Matthew Stevens.
it might not be Ryan's day, but everything has changed. That was a bad miss.
Didn't expect that, but I guess the pressure's on. I mean, these two are very experienced in the various formats this event's been played under. They both be well aware of the meaning of the frame.
Foul and a miss for Matthew Stevens.
Well, that's another Welshman, John Pellew, who is replacing the cue ball. Got the thin edge. My word, it was thin as well.
A shot that's considerably less nerve-shredding when it's your second attempt rather than your third. when you get directly behind a ball colour. It's amazing the coverage they have in terms of blocking the path to reds. He will not want that one back. Had to play with side. The side he was putting on was check side. But at least he got some life in the cue ball.
Well, the cue ball has made it out of there just for a moment. I thought he was going to get a little kiss. That could have been terminal in terms of this match. In terms of leaving it a really easy one on. But there's still danger here. This red is on.
Why?
Unlike earlier in the frame, catching the bump of a middle pocket doesn't do him any great positional favours. But a nice, cute snooker most certainly
Matthew Stevens
would work wonders. I don't think he's been cute enough though. He's a little heavy-handed there.
Yeah, you're so concerned about under-hitting it and suddenly you're the one snooker, but it's just a little bit heavy. If you're just joining us, whoever wins this frame wins the group. Matthew Stevens had to win the match. Ryan Day could afford a draw coming in. So it's all on this frame. Overcuts the red. Cue ball coming back towards reds. So Ryan Day with a chance now in what effectively is a deciding frame.
I thought this might be a really nervy affair. And that's exactly how it's panning out.
I think as well these two, they're from an era as juniors where it's very, very competitive, very high standard, and it was all about winning and losing. You've really learnt in that time both sides of the coin, and we're seeing both sides of the coin in this frame. Some of the mistakes we've seen are because it is the decisive frame.
What?
So often you hear players say, well, in a decider, all you want is one chance. This is Stevens' third chance of the frame, and surely he's going to bury it.
Yeah, what you really need is more successful chances than your opponent. Whether if you get 17 and they get 16, we'll take it. But Matthew Stevens has been the better player in this match, no two ways about it. And he has it in his hands here with a 34-point lead already to get it won. And to continue what has been a good start to the season. He's qualified for for the Wuhan Open and the British Open, the next round of those.
14.
Remember, Matthew Stevens stationed down at 52nd in the world rankings. This is someone who was world number 4 at one point.
15.
So maybe just early good signs that this season could start to just turn things around. And if he were to start climbing the rankings, I think that would be welcomed by so many snooker fans who remember him at his best.
Well, he's better than 52, isn't he? Let's face it.
21.
When you're 52, you can start a season, and although you're trying not to think about it, the possibility of dropping out the 64 can't be discounted, must be in the back of your mind. So the start that Stevens has made to the campaign, terrific. And this would be the third real success. Okay, but a pressurised ball to come. Still ample on the table for Day to counter should he get the chance.
And again, it's going to be extra length on the cue rather than the rest. Big shot this in this match now. And it goes. And the flick is okay. More than okay. It's delightful. So, just a question of holding himself together for the next minute, and he's going to be our group winner.
$34. 35.
67 the lead, 67 on with the black. He's been the better player in this match. The deciding frame, the last frame's been nervy.
42.
In some ways it's been like every other match he's ever played. He just wanted to win it.
43.
And barring snookers, that's what he's done, which means Matthew Stevens in a couple of weeks' time will be returning for the second phase of the Championship League.
$50. 51. $58.
All the pressure gone now. Can just enjoy these moments. Misses that one, but a break of 58 from Matthew Stevens. He had to win the match to win the group. It all came down to the last frame, and it is Matthew Stevens, to his relief, who has won this group, and his fine start to this snooker season continues to qualifying victories, and a victory now in this group of the BetVictor Championship League. 3 frames to 1, and Ryan Day will have to settle for second place. There is the table, and Matthew Stevens, of course, unbeaten. He did draw one match, but he won his other 2. 7 points. Ryan Day on 6. Lan Yuhao, he really impressed us earlier, made that 1-4-2. He finished in 3rd position on 4 points. So he had a win and a draw. And Yichen, he also impressed. He made a 120 break earlier on, but ultimately didn't score a point. So he finished last. Sadly for him, no prize money or ranking points. But it's been a very entertaining group. I think we always felt it would come down to the all-Welsh affair between Ryan Day and Matthew Stevens, and so it transpired. Matthew Stevens with the victory by 3 frames to 1, and now he's got a couple of weeks off and will return for the next phase. Remember, there's 3 stages altogether here at the Championship League, so he's into what effectively is the last 32, being 8 more groups, each with 4 players, and then looking to get into the final day, which is 2 groups of 4. And he played very well at times today. It's obviously short form snooker, so there's not a lot of time to get any flow that's hanging around, but I guess the great experience he has both him and Ryan Day have has helped in that score. I thought Ryan Day just tailed off a little bit as the day went on. Let's hear from the man himself, Matthew Stevens, talking to Phil Yates.
Matthew, what a great way to start the season, winning 2 qualifying matches here last week and now topping this group.
Yeah, wasn't expecting much today. I got back from holiday last night and yeah, everything. Well, I didn't want to finish bottom, so I wanted to pay for my flight back. So, so that's it was a bonus winning. Yeah.
You looked really relaxed all day until that final frame. A lot was riding on it.
Yeah, to be honest, they're long days, and I'm literally so tired. And I haven't been feeling great the last few days. Bad head, and I feel really shaky. So I think I need a few days off out of the sun. I think, but. It's a long day, to keep concentrating. I had like about 4 hours off then, and it was quite difficult, but, a win's a win.
You know Ryan's game inside out. Obviously, you've played on many, many occasions. It always looked as though that group was going to come down to the final match, and so it proved. It was quite a topsy-turvy affair. The momentum was shifting one way then the other.
Yeah, it was. Well, I'll tell you what, I was impressed with the 16-year-old in the group. He's got some future. He hits the ball really well. He's definitely he's going to be a pain in the future for a lot of players. So, I enjoyed playing today, and it's just a bonus to get the win.
So what's the plan now? Get a bit of practice over the next couple of weeks, and then come back for the second phase, raring to go.
Yeah, hopefully. I've won it once this tournament, but it was a different version. But we all know it's a lottery. Playing the 4 frames in one match. So just go out there and see what happens.
And one final question. Everyone knows you're a class act, former UK champion, Masters champion. You know the game inside out. You look good when you play. You've been there, done that. What are the goals for this season?
I say the same every year. I try to be nice to get to a final and hopefully win a tournament. Because I mentioned it last year. We saw Joe Perry win the tournament. We saw Rob Milkins do well. So, and they're in the 50s now. So there's no reason why I can't. I don't practice enough. I know that, but I don't really. That's up to me. It'd be nice to get in deep into a tournament where we win 3 or 4 matches, and then that's what that's my practice really. But no, let's see what happens. I definitely got the talent to win another event.
Well, you've had a great start to the BetVictor Championship League. Maybe the breakthrough will happen in this tournament.
Right.
Thanks, Matthew.
Cheers, Phil. Thanks.
Yes, well done to Matthew Stevens. As I say, we'll be seeing him in a couple of weeks' time. There's a lot of snooker to come before then, not least tomorrow. These are the matches we'll be watching in the opening session. Wu Yiz are the top seed on table 1, of course, reached 2 ranking finals last season. Opens up against Craig Steadman. Wang Yichen and Kriyash Gurbazani are the other 2 players in that group. And a great group on table 2. Ricky Walden against Chang Bing Yu is the first match. Robert Milkins against Stephen Hallworth. Is day off commentary for Stephen because he's playing tomorrow, of course, back on the World Snooker Tour. So you can follow, of course, both these groups on the Matchroom YouTube channels tomorrow. But that's it for today. Congratulations, of course, to Yuan Si-jun. He was absolutely superb. Matthew Stevens as well. We do it all again tomorrow. But for now, from us all here in Leicester, good night.